Welcome to our regular Thursday session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submission, we're going to start with something by Cupcake from earlier in the month. About a week ago, it's called Bayou Boogie. If you meet Cranky, tell him his meal is already on the table, not cable. We should warm up how to speak in the meantime. And knowing Cupcake, this is likely to be a DKC music level, so we'll see how that goes. And we've got some music loading right away. Whoops. Let's actually pay attention. Okay, can hear some percussion going yet, but we'll see what track this is specifically. And that's why we do a warm-up. Hey, Bonsai Bill, welcome. Bonsai Bill, we just started up and the queue is open if you want to show me anything. Just getting a warm-up level out of the way to learn how to jump again. Okay, not there. Thank you for Ghost House Runaway. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough. And okay, here we go. I love the way the track is layered bit by bit. A little bit slow on that turn there. I was busy reading it and figuring out what was going on. Okay. Those piranha plants really do make you pull back quite a bit. And we'll just need to get some of the bad jumps sorted out. Get that out of the system. And okay, here we go. A little bit rough having not really played this game all week, which is a longer break than I usually take. Okay, a little bit slow on some of these jumps around. There, I can see where I'm stopping and losing time. Hey, Grakowski, welcome. Okay. Up we go. And Merlin, welcome as well. We are doing fine. Just started up. Haven't really been playing Mario Maker since the weekend. Been playing a fair bit of other stuff off stream, but okay, let's work on that. Yeah, I hope you've also been well. And steadily crafting that world of yours. You've been playing All-Stars. Yeah, a lot of people have, understandably. I was dabbling in it a little bit last week. I played a bit of 64 and Sunshine. Now, I love Galaxy to bits. I do want to probably stream Galaxy at some point. But it doesn't need to be now. Trying to find a good stretch of time to really run it end to end and appreciate everything that's going on with it. So what part of All-Stars have you been doing then? Have you been dipping into all three, or just revisiting them in order? Yes, we've seen a lot of people try different kinds of play orders that have opened up with having the 3 games in one bundle. I know at least one person who has been switching games every 5 stars or shines. But yeah, I previewed a little bit of 64 and Sunshine last week on stream. But, you know, I don't feel a particular urgency to run them thoroughly now. All-Stars was something I kind of picked up for the library. Retendo, welcome. Yeah, Retendo, you're fairly early on today, so hopefully you're able to stay. Whoops. And Merlin, thank you for submitting as well. We'll just have to get the warm-up out of our system first. And we'll get to the queue straight away after that. Yeah, I'm stalling a bit on the vines, that's the issue. I'm getting here too late, whoops. Hanging left a little too quickly, too. Yeah, I see what's going on. I'm spending too long on the vines before jumping forward. And so we'll just make that correction. Yeah, Merlin, I was kind of reluctant to play Galaxy first in the collection just yet, because I knew it would be very difficult for me to go back to the other ones. And I've always been much fonder of Galaxy than the other two. In that, Galaxy was where the 3D series really began to take off properly for me. I was never as crazy about 64 as a lot of people were. But, I mean, I played it a few times. I played the DS version as well. And it's an extremely important game that got a lot of things right on the first try. It's definitely a design landmark. I just don't think that 3D was kind of fully formed yet until Galaxy came along. And then since Galaxy, I think the 3D series has been absolutely phenomenal. Next year will be 35th anniversary for Zelda. Yeah, you know, I think everybody realizes that Skyward Sword in particular is kind of overdue for some kind of HD version. It makes sense to put it on the Switch where you have the Joy-Con scheme as well, given that Skyward Sword, if I remember, was only ever based on the Motion Plus gyro controls and didn't require the IR pointer, so it should fit Joy-Cons perfectly well, as far as I know. Robbie Gamer, hello. But yeah, it'll be interesting what they do with Zelda. They've done a lot of Zelda collections before. I remember having a Zelda compilation disc back on the GameCube that had the 2 NES games plus the 2 64 games. Although the port of Majora's Mask in that collection was famously kind of glitchy, so like the sound would cut out all the time. So Galaxy, you say, looks just as good as Odyssey. I mean, Galaxy has always had this stunning artistic style to it, and so that's part of why I'm looking forward to running through it in HD. I remember that even back in its own day, that it was really one of the games that made the Wii look like a generational jump, even though it was fairly incremental from the GameCube. You know, the Wii hardware essentially was the GameCube hardware from a back-end perspective. But Galaxy really did, you know, play into its strengths. You had never seen or played Galaxy, yeah, so I can see why you would get sucked into it. It is really something that stands out for me in my memory. I haven't revisited it in the longest time. But, yeah, it was definitely one of those great moments in video game history for me, playing Galaxy for the first time. Whoops. Okay, I'm absolutely terrible at pipe entries, as you can see. We'll try to get that right. And welcome to everybody who has joined the queue since. Robbie Gamer, thank you for Vines in the Sky. Yeah, we'll be running for quite a while today, I think, so we'll see how things go. Okay. There we go, finally got the pipe entry. Probably have a part 2 coming, yep. As expected. Interesting POW block on global ground there. Okay, here we are. And yeah, pretty impressive mixing of the music track as is usual for Cupcake. And there we go, that segment went a lot smoother than the last one. A lot smoother, in fact. Let's check what's up here. We're in no danger of record times anyway. And let's get to the queue. And Mang, thank you for Super Sonic Sky Zone, Act 2. Okay, Bonsai Bill. Believe you are still here, so let's punch in J C H 72S. Always a good idea to check in with me just in case, though. Although you are first up, so let's see what Ghost House Runaway is all about. Auto level, hold forward, and Y. Okay. Let's try not to break this thing too much. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 400. And okay, so the boos are going to chase you and going to take every shelf forward. Down tunnel to mechas. And yeah, just filling the screen with boos. And yeah, look at that collision with the boo rings as they come out, that you can see that they really don't make any contact with you at all. Okay, there we go. T-Ajax. Okay, I mean, pretty straightforwardly an auto level. It's, was kind of nice to just spawn some ghosts, I guess. Yeah, there were some levels like that using the boo ring setup that I've seen before that actually are real platformers, but obviously, you know, not with that level of tightness and filling the screen. Yeah, I was definitely looking for ways to potentially try to cheat that time a little bit, but given the way that is enforced with the coins at the end flag, probably not much flexibility for me there. So we'll mark that as a win. Hey Glitch, welcome. Glitch, we will maybe finally get through the Gunhead world today, who knows. And one moment here while I check what's going on with the queue. Let's hit next. And Rictendo. Maybe the last two levels are pretty tough. Well, Glitch, we need to break them over multiple sessions. We'll do that. We are so close to the end at this point. Level 1-1 but mirrored. The magic of the original Super Mario Bros. Wait a minute. It is mirrored. It's also underground. So we'll see what that's all about. And Robbie, thanks for the follow earlier. I did not acknowledge that at the time, but I did notice it. Ah, yes, okay, so here it is. I was thinking it felt a little wider than I remembered, but then I guess this is where the big title screen is supposed to be. This big spot here. obviously we're going to check this. We're also going to check this. Okay, that works at least. And here we go. Kind of wondering if this is going to pull any surprises on me. But I think it's pretty much going to be straight up mirrored. So. And, well, I mean, obviously, there's no flag here, it's just a checkpoint. Castle here is going to look quite ominous. And, okay, so, no real surprises, but... Yeah, I guess, well, I mean, if you had access to the underground, it's kind of interesting that you wouldn't take advantage of that to use the pipes as well, that given that the opportunity was right there. But thank you for that, Ricktendo. Merlin, let's see what you have here. 8WM. 8C6. CLG. And you don't remember what I did, or you want me to just pick something, right? Okay, we may as well continue where we left off. I think I played an early version of this one. Unless I'm confusing with something else. So maybe we'll do 5-5. I don't think I've done this. Defeat Lemmy on top of his own castle. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Okay. So yeah, I did see that you have the Super World put together up to World 5, but that, I guess you're updating it with each completed world. And okay. Yeah, it's been a pretty long time in the making. Here is pretty obviously a snowball spot. There we go. I'm just a little bit late because I didn't compensate for the wind-up time on the ice. That was the main problem I was getting into there. There's a little bit of initial time to skid on the ice that needs to be accounted for. Yeah, let's get another throw and go a bit earlier this time. Still not early enough, okay. Well, good to practice some skating before winter. Whoops. Yeah, interesting little moments of interaction with the icicles here where you're kicking the snowball through. You're also breaking them open with a slide. Also interesting that the snowballs are going to prepare you for Lemmy, because Lemmy is ultimately going to be all about bouncing on balls, which is pretty typical of a Lemmy fight, given that that's his moveset that's baked right into the game. So, kind of interesting that the Ice World would finish with a little bit of snowball practice in preparation for that. My timing is way off here. I don't know if I actually had a safety zone there, but we'll figure that out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, a little bit difficult to see the timing on a second skewer, I think, but that was just getting caught in a disfavorable position the first time. Whoops. It would if the snake block is on top, that's true. Yeah, if you're talking about it blocking the skewer when it's retracting, then yeah. But given the lava level, I wasn't necessarily seeing that the skewer was retracting all the way down. I think that's just a judgment error on my part, though. The level's probably fine. Let's mind the timing here. Okay, here we go. And wait for this guy. Go, go, go. Yeah, kind of nice to do that smoothly in one cycle. It's interesting when you return to some of the skewer-based levels in Super Mario World originally, that you really begin to notice that a lot of the skewer timings in that game are not really designed to be done in the first cycle, in that they didn't necessarily have speedrunning in mind the way that a lot of more recent platformer design would, in terms of making sure you could just blast through everything in one go. With the skewer layouts in the standard Mario games, there actually is a fair bit of stop and goes at a timing. Whoops, did not really watch that track. It should have been clear to me watching the track that it was going to drop out from the bottom. It's a bit of a judgment error on my part. Here we go. And hey, Gooby, welcome. No, Merlin, it wasn't a clarity issue. Well, I'll go back to it and I'll talk about it some more when I'm actually there. Yeah, because of course you spawn those in and you can go right away. Yeah, I mean, I was clipping the corner on all of these rather unnecessarily, but yeah, that's a bit of a weird jump, I think, in terms of getting around safely while the skewer is down. It's a bit of a weird jump when you're tall. I think when you're small, you can make it safely, but when you're tall, it is a bit of a tight fit. So I don't know if that was something you tested against a mushroom. Okay, here we are. And yeah, Gooby, so you revisited the Don't Look level? I see. Okay, let's get out of here. And okay, let's see here. Bit of a transitional zone going into the next layer of the castle. You can see that, as with a lot of the previous Merlin levels, geographically this is kind of stitched together. Now let's hope Lemmy doesn't join us up here. Just stay well out of his way. Grab the key and go. How often does man come here? Fairly often, I would say. And Robbie, do I thoroughly analyze levels? Somewhat. It depends on the level. I mean, if there is much to talk about, I do like to talk about specific locations. And yeah, thank you for 5-5. Okay, Gooby, looking forward to that submission you're talking about then. And Twister Keen, hello. Yeah, new monitor, always a good idea. So, Robbie Gamer, you've got BQ2. Anyway, you were asking me if I thoroughly analyze levels. It depends how thoroughly you mean by thoroughly. Sometimes I do. Really depends if there's something very specific to talk about with the design, but here's Vines in a Sky, a traditional level focused on vines. Version 5. Okay. Yeah, Gooby, I do recommend following Merlin as you like traditional levels that have a strong aesthetic sense in general, so definitely should grab that code. In fact, Merlin queued with his maker code earlier, so I can paste that directly into the chat for you. No, he's got it. Okay. Okay, so Robbie, let's take a look at the vines. Okay, got a couple of Koopa Troopas up front and a 10 coin. When it comes to more of these traditional style levels, I do try to appreciate some of the optional content, given that sometimes they can be a little bit disincentivized by the way people play Mario Maker, in terms of just blasting through everything. So yeah, pretty gentle introduction so far, getting you to do various jumps between the vines. Interesting that it gives you a path to go back. There isn't that much to go back for, but it's neat to have that in case you, I don't know, left something behind. Oh, feather, okay. Yeah, I really do enjoy the look of this theme in terms of how well the ground tile designs blend in with the functional elements like the vines. So it's a very clean look in this all around for something that is kind of Maker original, even if it is based on some of the art assets in Super Mario World. Okay, more cape. Interesting that you give me the cape feather primarily for floating around and correcting some of the jumps, but in a level where there isn't necessarily that much space to just fly, except for here, of course. We can absolutely fly here once I tap this, but I'm going to try the flight path just to... Whoops, demonstrate it. Okay, guess not. You can, but the piranha will have a word with you. Yeah, P blocks, fairly clear markers there of where the spawns are going to be. Wanted to spin jump on that guy, but spinning with the cape obviously throws that off a little bit. Oh. Yeah, the vine speed was not totally cooperating with me there, but it's okay. Hey. Take that. Kind of want to take this with me. Just to, oops, want to do an up throw to get it to the ledge here. Not that taking a shell does much for me, obviously, especially once you get into this part where there is no way forward with an item. And yeah, like you were saying, wouldn't be easy to fly there. Yeah. I mean, that's okay. I mean, I find that often I don't really see the cape used that much as this kind of safety item. The way that you use it here, it's... Another thing that's interesting to return to about Super Mario World is how many stages are just straight up broken by allowing you to fly with a cape. And a lot of things in the Nintendo levels in general that you wouldn't really get away with as much in a Maker context in terms of just how big the shortcuts are. Not only for Mario, but like Nintendo platformers in general tend to have some gigantic shortcuts that they put in there as secrets. Especially back when secrets were something that was more, I guess, community transmitted by word of mouth, rather than something you could very easily look up. But yeah, obviously wouldn't fly so much in Mario Maker. I mean, if you put in some kind of really huge level skip in Mario Maker, I think people would just accuse that of being a dev exit. And they would not be wrong. But yeah, it's sort of interesting that when you see traditional levels, you see Naturally, a lot of people try to imitate the principles of Nintendo design, but in a context where the psychology of secret hunting is very different. Not only when it comes to having any reason to pursue the optional objectives at all, but also just how people read the level and how they think a secret should reward you when it comes to something like an alternate path. And just a player's willingness to be doing alternate paths generally. I think that's why you often see so much of Mario Maker converge on things that are a lot more linear. But yeah, very visually appealing design all around. Before I hit the goal, I just want to point out some of the things that I hadn't talked about, like the way that you have the single cloud blocks buried inside the cloud ground tiles, which is a method that, you know, when people really have a good artistic sense for how to place blocks for the sake of variety, it can come out looking very good, as it does here. I find that I can't myself actually build it that way at all, because it just comes out looking like random junk. And you can really tell that people have a different artistic sensibility that they bring to block placement like that. And so, Tempest Funk, welcome. And yeah, so Robbie, thank you very much. And yes, Merlin, that definitely did look like your kind of level as well. So. Has the stream been busy today? Twister, not really. You can take a look at the current state of the queue. Let me just put up the list. Yeah, sometimes I take a bit longer on harder levels, so that's the only thing to keep in mind, is that so far we've been blasting through a lot of quick traditional levels today, so when I get to the harder stuff, I might spend quite a bit longer on it. Sometimes I spend about upwards of half an hour on a level. Hopefully that's not going to be the case with every level, and so it should not be an incredibly long wait if you want to queue now. Also, yeah, I see that Gorkowski is actually in the queue, and I think you may be the sub next here, so we'll... Depending on who's active. I sometimes forget if people still have active subs here. But you were marked with the star, and so... Oh, you want to... Well, I already put you in, though. You should have said that a second ago. Too bad. You can renounce it later. I'm playing one of yours first. Too bad. Yeah, for those wondering, we won't be going sub next every single alternation when we just have one sub in a queue as we do now. I usually just prioritize one level and then do the regular queue straight up after that. So, should not be a very long wait if some of you are stuck behind. So, here's Purgatory, which is very topical given that, well, from a slightly different mythology, I had been very much trapped in Hades earlier this week, which I guess is kind of a classical antecedent to, you know, the cosmology that would give you Purgatory. But atone, fallen ones, stray not from resolve, lest you fall again. So, yeah, let's take a look at Purgatory. And Robbie, thank you for Larry's airship lifts. Okay. So, as usual, you see Murkowski having some exterior architecture. Auto-scroll is going to take me right past the door. And it's going to tell me to atone. I wonder if the scroll is locking a pipe down below. It totally is, yeah. As soon as I saw the auto-scroll, I figured it might be something like that. Okay, so we're going to descend and land very safely here, because I actually did choose to not just sway back and forth when I fell. Let's see. We can probably go down further through the complete vertical build. I should be paying more attention to everything that's going on here. Look at this sword of Damocles, this icicle of Damocles is hanging over the big bones. I kind of have the sense that, yeah, we'll need Bone Shell to hit the on-off switch, but it could also be one of those tricks with the platforms disguising lava. I do think plan A is to consider it a bone shell spot, though. Does this go anywhere? No. That's just buried on top of a semi-solid or mushroom platform. We probably have to go through the door. And Twister, it is definitely not sub-levels only. I'm not that big a stream. Okay, so it looks like... Let's take a look at this and let's sway over here. Because we know the bone shell is located here. On-off switch is eventually... Oh, you know what? I can take the trampoline. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, because... Yeah, this needs to break this spot here with the spiny hat. Once the spiny hat is broken, then you can climb up, and then you can grab the trampoline. Spiny hat is over in this location, so we just need to hang over to the right after the bone shell. And hello, Redox, it's going well. Okay, I think I understand the flow at this point. I need to get under this thing. Don't I? No, yeah, just pick it up as an item, obviously. I need to... that was a slight issue here. I needed to spawn this first, and then head over to the right side. Am I able to do that? If I hang left right away... yes, okay. Let's do this again. Bit of a test of your visual memory as you fall in time and time again. Yeah, I need to break this thing, or one of these, over to the left. Not those, but hit the on-off switch. Yeah, the one below this one here. Need to break that somehow. And the way I would do it... But then I need to break that before I break this. Now that's got a vine, so it's going to respawn. No big deal. Also, I don't know if there's a spot where I can lose the spiny hat. Let's see. See if there's anything breakable on the right side as well that I hadn't considered. One way of losing the spiny hat, of course, is just by tapping the shell and then standing on top of it. But icicle falls down there. Yeah. Okay, no, because the icicle is not going to come down here. Okay. Interesting. I can walk into the saw. Oh, yeah, okay. I totally didn't notice that. Good suggestion, Gooby. That's what it does. So I need to figure out some way to get the spiny shell over here. And the spiny shell has to precede the bone shell. That's something I don't have yet. Because if I had a bone shell, I could just fall in and then jump back out. The saw has semi-solids, hold the hat. You're absolutely right. So Gooby, try not to spoil too many of the solutions in advance. I am trying to figure it out myself, but that is a correct solution. Yeah. I mean, I'm not very firm about like a no backseat rule or anything, but I do try to take my time with these. So. Anyway, so we have to spawn that again, tap it, and then that will give us access to the bone shell. Yeah, thanks for pointing out the saw, at least. I mean, there were a couple ways to take damage. But... okay. Yeah, no, this is fine now. I need to lose the... Okay, I need to lose the hat. Then the block stays destroyed, and that'll give me access to the bone shell. Yep, got it. And up we go. Okay, so this is something that we can take down the top door. Gives me the bone shell, which then gives me the on-off switch. So we'll fall down to the right. Got 120 seconds left. This attempt is probably not going to be the winning one, but we'll deal with that. I feel like I should also drop this thing. Well, it's probably out of range at this point. Yeah, as expected. Wonder if it is possible to keep it in range if I drop it and then fall down immediately and follow the spring on camera. This is fine because the vine will keep growing past the deactivated on-off over here, which then gives you one more. And yeah, we'll need another cycle with the spiny hat then. But yeah, it doesn't matter too much that this block is in the way because I can blow it up with the spiny hat before I get to this location. Like I need to get ahead of the growth of the lower vine just a little bit. So let's take this once again. All in. 20 seconds, yeah, this will not be the winning attempt, but let's flow through as much of the solution as I can. Whoops, that was not intended. There we go, break that, 7 seconds. And then this goes all the way up. Yep, that's correct so far. Okay, let's down here. Yeah, once again, same idea. Break this thing. And then I can actually come down immediately, I think. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Which will be interesting because having both the spiny and the bone shell was not something that I had the luxury of in a previous attempt, although I will need to lose that fairly quickly. And when I lose them, I believe the priority is that the bone shell always comes off first. Or at least whatever you're wearing on your feet tends to come off first. But it's okay, we can just reclaim either one. And we break this already? Yeah, we did. And the bone shell will respawn when we come back. I could have just dismounted, yeah. I absolutely could have just dismounted. Okay. What was I even doing with this? I don't need it. Let's just drop it. At least I don't need it at the moment. We tapped the on-off switch already. Sometimes I just have to remember what part of the level I'm in terms of what I have or haven't done so far. Anyway, this is where we were earlier at timeout. Okay, need another on-off toggle. That's fine, because after the first on-off toggle, we can, in fact, first of all, any of these spots to the left can be entered with the bone shell, just by jumping out of the bone shell in midair. And there's also the second vine block that we broke on the way up. So if I grab the bone shell, I'm okay. I'm in good shape. So why don't I grab... this guy here, yeah, because we just needed to break the hard block that was on top of this one, on the upper stack. So yeah, let's grab the bone shell one more time. Let's watch carefully what the spot we want will be on the left side. Will be next question block up. So tap that. And you know what? No. I want to grow the vine first. And then we fall back in without having broken anything. Let's wait for this guy to stop. There we go. So it's at its maximum extent, but there will be the other vine block that's available partway up. So we'll do that. Oh, except... yeah, well... let's see. I was rethinking that slightly. But because we broke the top hard block above this guy, we should be fine. Okay. Yeah. It's clearly something we can enter over here. Grab the key. And we will ascend to heaven. And it will lift our spirits. Yeah, Gooby, if you want to change out your current submission, there actually is a replace command. I think you just type exclamation replace with your new code. Okay, and we exit. And we enter the steps up through the gates that glow at us at the end. And we're done, okay. Yep, pretty interesting one as usual from Burkowski, except one that's of course just dependent on reading the entirety of the vertical layout and remembering where you are. I see that Boom Boom is just still trapped in there for eternity, as are the Big Spiny and the Big Dry Bones. So next will be Der Yogurt Hose, aka Mang. What did Mario do to go to purgatory? I don't know if I understand Catholicism enough to say. Legend says Boom Boom is still atoning to this day. Yeah, Mario probably just, I don't know, committed the sin of gluttony when it came to consuming one too many mushrooms or something. But here's a Supersonic Sky Zone Act 2. And speaking of the Catholic liturgy, complete with a very heretical description. Absolute heresy in this level description text right here. But that's probably something that's going to take us to purgatory ourselves. Let's give it a look, though. Okay. Whoa, definitely standing on conveyors here. You can see that's what the Sonic tech is. Oh, it's the Mang bounce. A little bit slow getting to that point, but I definitely know where I was losing time here, so... Yeah, so it's kind of a mock Sonic level using the conveyor belt off-screen. Interesting how the initial arrow placement kind of signals what to expect when it comes to safely diving down low. I just went down there. Oh, you have to get ahead of that. Okay. Yeah, I just jumped down without really even thinking about it because it was very clear that the camera lock was going on. Alright, just gotta go fast. Seems to be the typical advice for... No, you can't actually get ahead of these guys except by jumping here. Okay, stay in the middle of the stack and get over the blades. That's fine. Tempest Funk. I just refer to it as a Mang bounce whenever I have these sideways trampolines because they are in most of the Mang levels that you always have, you know, bumper into trampoline or some other jump into trampoline. Basically, a lot of these levels have a very distinct feel to them that comes from bounciness. It was supposed to be onto Bonsai and onto Wiggler. I knew that. I just missed. I do know what's supposed to happen. And yeah, Tempest Funk, it's funny that you ask that because when I was playing your Boom Boom level last week, that's pretty much exactly what I was thinking of. And whoops. Because, yeah, Mang, in last week's stream, Tempest Funk submitted a Boom Boom and Trampoline level, which I thought was definitely your kind of style as well. But okay. Yeah, it's not community standard terminology or anything, Tempest Funk. It's just... I'm supposed to get that on the first bounce, obviously. I had a bit of trouble positioning myself on the top wiggler. But that's pretty much all there is... Whoops. At the end of this level. Let's see if we can catch up to the auto-scroll. I probably could have. Hit. But yeah, Tempest Funk, if you play Mang's profile, a lot of these levels involve some kind of momentum manipulation. And so you really do begin to understand the game as a physics sandbox. And Krakowski, thank you for the latest submission. We'll put it into regular queue as requested. Okay. Here we go. Yep, just a little bit off, but I am supposed to go Wiggler to Bonsai. I think that is abundantly clear. Here we go. mean, I guess it wouldn't have worked in the SMB3 style regardless, but you can tell how desperately this level misses the Sonic Mystery Mushroom costume from Maker 1. I did see a lot of attempts at Sonic-style levels in Maker 1, but obviously a concept like this would not have been possible without the way the scroll lock works. No, actually no, a straight-up horizontal auto-scroll... No, you would still need the custom scroll to lock the vertical position, so... in order to do some of this off-screen play. But I think this is something that is Maker 2 only for sure. Maybe I do need a second bounce off Wiggler in order to reverse my momentum and go back to the right, but I still have to figure out the timing on that. I mean, I need to go quickly enough that I can hit the bonsai on the right side, and so I was thinking I have to get it on the first cycle, but it does mean that I need to fall into the Wiggler from a certain angle or direction. So, don't have that sorted out just yet. There we go. Nope. Yeah, maybe a second bounce, like a low jump on a Wiggler and then a second bounce. Who knows? Yeah, you really hoped for a Sonic power-up after the Link one, I can see why. With a spin dash and everything. Actually, I think a spin dash would create some, shall we say, pretty interesting situations in Mario Maker. I could really see that being abused. But I could also see that being put to some very good use, so... Yeah, I think the prospect of bad makers making terrible levels with certain ideas that are patched in is not really a good excuse not to patch them in. Like, I would rather have a feature in the game, even if you're going to get something not so good as a result. I maybe should do a second bounce on a Wiggler just to get some of that left to right momentum falling into it, because trying to fall in left to right off the first bounce is not working out for me. Okay. I've been a little more comfortable with the sideways bumps off the trampolines as I play these. Like, the sideways springs are more familiar to me now than they were, say, a few months ago in playing this game. Yeah, but Gooby, basically, I don't know if you were around for Maker 1, but, you know, given that Sega was quite cooperative in terms of licensing Sonic to use not only with the Amiibo, but with Amiibo-related features, such as Mario Maker, there's nothing really making that especially difficult. It's kind of interesting that they did not pursue a lot of that for Maker 2. Given that there actually was a surprising amount of what we would consider third-party or non-Nintendo content that was put into cross-promotions with the Mystery Mushroom in the first game. But it always depends on the license holder when it comes to their internal rules. So that's one of the reasons, for example, that you never got Pokemon Mystery Mushrooms. It's because the Pokemon licensing never really extended to Amiibo features in non-Pokemon games, and so, other than Smash, of course. Now, to be fair, I do think that there are certain movesets. If you wanted to patch in something that was as powerful as Link or the Mystery Mushroom, there are certain movesets that I think do sort of take priority. If they were to do it, and I think in terms of Maker 2, they're probably not adding any substantial content like that at this point, but if they were to do it, The natural candidate for that should actually be Samus. I think that's very clearly who would be pulling rank next. And I know that, you know, the prominence of Metroid has been something that's always been held in higher regard by the player base than by Nintendo themselves, but at the same time, the degree to which people were using Maker 1 for things like Metroid-style levels and using the Samus costume is, if I remember, one of the most popular things to do in that game other than Link levels with the Link power-up. I mean, with the Link costume back then, not really a power-up. And Mario Kart levels that were using the Mario Kart costume. Like, the one that was, as I recall, clearly the kind of design that was in greatest demand was something that was more Metroid style. And that's something that I find that we haven't actually seen that much of in Maker 2. In spite of how many possibilities have opened up for that with things like the custom scroll. I mean, I've been playing some Metroid-style levels by some other makers lately, including one who's been submitting to the stream. But it's sort of interesting to see that they've, in my experience, mostly disappeared from the Maker landscape, whereas I felt they were all over the place in Maker 1. Super Mario Maker 3D win, huh? That would... well... I don't know, I kind of have my doubts that that would be as much of a fit for a Maker experience as people seem to think it is, but... no, I think it's fairly clear that Super Mario Maker is going to be a once-per-platform kind of series. And it's nice to know that the Switch has quite a lot of life in it yet. Whereas it seemed like with the Wii U that Mario Maker was the last major thing going on the system. But again, I was always very impressed with how much of a community there still seemed to be well after the launch of the Switch. Okay, let's fix that up. Yeah, still need to figure out the last jump. I'm thinking short bounce followed by a long bounce, because I still need to get in there fast enough to get ahead of the Bonsai Bill. But I need to revisit that a few times just to see what's going to be appropriate here. Maybe something with my spacing is just a... no. Yeah, I totally can fall left or right there, I think, on the first bounce, but I need better timing to do that. The timing will work out. I'm just not sure if the horizontal momentum will. Okay. It's sort of interesting that in the first few months of 2019, that was when I revisited Mario Maker 1 in a very big way, after having not touched it in a long time. And so, in early 2019, I think the Wii U was, in fact, the system I played the most that year. Pretty much until Maker 2 came out. And I'm glad I did, because it's what introduced me to how active the community was for that game, just in terms of the Maker projects, the Twitch streams, etc. It was actually in very good health. And we'll see if that remains the case for Maker 2 as well. Maker 2, I think, already has a little bit of a different feel to it when it comes to the community dynamics, but in a way that I can't really speak to since I missed so much of Maker 1 while it was current. Oops. You never had a Wii U and Switch is your first console or handheld. Well, I mean, it's a good place to start in terms of having lots of back catalog to catch up on. A lot of people who have been following Nintendo through every generation, I think, are sometimes frustrated that the Switch doesn't have a lot of truly original content that is a huge change from what came before. But, I mean, it really depends on what series they follow. I feel like all of a sudden Zelda and Fire Emblem and so on, they've really had a huge generational leap. But at the same time, you know, the Switch is introducing so many new players to Nintendo and bringing back so many lapsed players that I think having that back catalog available is really quite important. So, I mean, if this is your first console or handheld ever, you've got, you know, substantial amount of game history to catch up on. Okay, I feel like a second bounce is going to be necessary. I cannot start to go left to right on a Wiggler with enough distance to generate momentum to carry me over the final saw blade, so I think it has to be short bounce, long bounce. That's how I'm reading it right now, anyway. Okay. Really smooth setups all around, though. It's taking a bit of time to figure out what my plan will be on the last jump here. And yeah, a lot of people did skip the Wii U. As I've said on the stream before, it's sort of interesting to take note of just how much of Mario Maker YouTube, which was really kind of blowing up in the late years of the game, in terms of the big Mario streamers, etc., like the ones who have 1,000 viewers at any given time and get invited to GDQ, etc., but also the big YouTubers like Steve Gaming and such, that so many of them were clearly getting tons of views from people who didn't actually play the game. And that the viewer base for Mario Maker 1 consisted of a lot of people who skipped the system and were waiting for Mario Maker to come to something that they actually owned. Anyway, fantastic level. I resisted the temptation to boo it for the level description, but I think the level design itself certainly made up for that and atoned and rose to heaven. So, thank you for that. Great one as always. We'll see how the list is doing here. Okay. Glitch. And actually, it should have been a sub next for Redox, but I hope you don't mind. I called Glitch in already, so let's do that. Yeah, I should have punched in a sub next for Redox there, but that's okay, Redox. I hope you don't mind. We'll get to you soon enough. Just a word of warning to people in the queue. This is probably going to be one of the longer selections because it is part 11 of a 12-course Super World that Glitch has been submitting to me over the past few weeks. And they've been getting harder and harder. I think one of the levels, the lava one, took me about an hour. I will probably try to break this up, and if I am hitting game over, or if I'm spending about half an hour on the first level here, I'll probably break it over several segments, but we're close enough to the end here that I do hope to push through as much as I can. So, and as you can see, we're very close to a game over attempt anyway, with only 5 lives in the bank, but we'll see how we do. Okay, run and gun. So yeah, those of you who have not seen this before, this is a Cuphead-themed Super World, and so there are platforming segments, and there are also... let's see here. How do I want to do this? They're platforming theme segments and are also boss segments. Now, the on-off switch is going to create spikes underneath. And so I need to probably wall jump up top and... Oh, no, I've got the cat suit. What am I doing? I completely forgot I had the cat. I could just, do a wall cling. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that I had just picked up the cat bell. Obviously, I can just cling and climb. There we go. There we go. I understand it now. And Mr. Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, speaking of Nintendo history, so DKC 2 is out on the Switch this week. I was actually replaying all of DKC 1 yesterday off stream, just to run it casually. And yeah, kind of nice to have all that available. Okay, this was a bad idea. I should have blown that up actually with the hat, but like maintaining both the cannon hat and the climb at once is something that's a little unfamiliar to me, but then that's something that the level is trying to teach. So DKC, I mean, yeah, they're good games. It's but it is something that I think they have a very different impact now than they did back in the mid-1990s, where back in the 94 or so when DKC 1 came out, the main thing that it was noted for was actually the graphical spectacle, that you had kind of this quasi 3D look to the characters and this incredible background art, and was the most visually stunning game of its generation in many ways. Well, in a very obvious technical sense. I think the prettiest game of that generation is undoubtedly Yoshi's Island, which is also available on Switch Online. And yeah, if there's one thing you really do want to play, it probably should be Yoshi's Island. Okay, you didn't need to roll that thing over and let it hit the P-switch, so let's climb up. So it's sort of interesting to go back to DKC now and see it in the context of having seen a lot more platformer design in general. Okay, let's tap that. So we need another P-switch activation. Whoa, 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 whoa. Didn't watch out for that guy. And we missed the P-switch window already, okay. We do need to go into first cycle. And yet, the soundtrack is also fantastic. Hey, Aleph, welcome. And yeah, Aleph, I know I haven't been doing very many of these Mario Maker streams recently. We have had a bit of a complicated month. I just recently moved to a new place, and it's got significantly better internet for streaming, but what I don't have is a properly comfortable chair. I actually need to get a new chair, or that's going to significantly limit how much streaming I can do. But yeah, just kind of adapting to a new streaming setup that I had put together in recent weeks. I did need to follow that through, okay. Yeah. In general, I'm taking this much too cautiously. And Electrodude, you've been on the Splatoon grind. Okay, so I guess you must be up into the S ranks and everything now, or what are you doing? Just ranked modes? Tropical Freeze, Robbie, is fantastic. It is one that I originally played on Wii U, and which I actually played again on Switch. It also has, I think, one of the great hard modes. I've done it to 200%, so it's 100% plus 100% in hard mode multiple times over, and it is a wonderful game. And it's one of those that gets even better the deeper you go into it and the more you know it. That, you know, a lot of its technical aspects impress people right away, but okay, too slow. I do need to jump down and just go. Can't just climb the whole way. And El Sub-Zero, you had not played DKC until then. Yeah, so would be kind of curious what new players would make of it nowadays. I think you can definitely tell that some of the platforming is like the sort of sense of scale and complexity was very different back then, and also to the kind of balancing around the limited number of lives is something that one has to get used to again. I found actually the most difficult adjustment with replaying DKC again last night when I just did it, when I did DKC 1 sort of start to finish in one sitting. The most difficult adjustment to make, okay, too slow, was actually that clinging onto ropes uses totally different controls that you cannot hold up to grab a rope like you do with a vine in Mario Maker. I'd forgotten how much of an adjustment that was because I had been playing so much Mario all year. And the thing is, if you try to do the Mario-style climb in DKC, you will often just miss the ropes. At least in DKC 1. The other thing is that the barrel cannon timings are slightly different to what I was used to in Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is a game I know quite well, but the way you lead the barrel cannon timings is slightly different. Gotta restart this. In that, you know how you have the barrel cannons that tilt back and forth, and then you have to blast out of them with a certain timing? Yeah, the timing is a bit later than it is in the retro DKC games, so that being DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze. And so there were a lot of like minor adjustments like that that actually kind of threw me off about DKC 1 since I hadn't played it in a very, very long time. I hadn't played it in well over a decade, I think. So, okay, let's wait for this spike ball to crash first. No. Then we shoot, and then we have to go quickly. Okay, there we go. And then we have to shoot and go quickly. Oh no, lost it. Yeah, because you have to fire, get that pretty much on the first go, and then get up through the P before the top spike block hits. The spawning of the top spike block is something that we can control, though, in that it's only going to appear when you are at a certain height on camera. Given that it's only going to appear when you're at a certain height on camera, I can kind of... like, it's going to appear by the time you make the shot towards the on-off switch, but then I can take my time to line up that shot properly. If I understand this correctly. So... and... yeah, Robbie, as you were saying, 3D World is a very good place to look when it comes to seeing, you know, principles of level design in action. There is actually quite a good Game Maker's Toolkit video about that. It was actually the video that introduced me to that channel, in fact, that he did a really good design analysis of the things that 3D World was doing right. Okay, obviously I needed to get ahead of the spike ball, fire into this location, and jump up, hit the checkpoint. Doesn't matter if I take damage at that point as long as I get in here and fire. If I get the shot off, then the passage is open, and then I can head up to the checkpoint right away. But yeah, Robbie, it's kind of interesting that these climbable surfaces are only in 3D World, given that they were such a big part of Super Mario World, especially the mechanic that would allow you to swap to different sides of the fence. I remember that was one of the things that felt very new about Super Mario World back when it came out, that it was something totally unseen in the series. Okay. Yeah, we need to get up here and then roll over with the cat. I definitely feel like I don't understand the cat and cannon hat interaction well enough when I'm on the ground, and then that's something I need to clean up in terms of what my tile height is and what I'm making contact with. So I'll just try to keep that in mind as we get in here for a fresh attempt, because, yeah, you can see that I'm not in a crouch position. I may just need to crouch walk the whole thing. Do I actually have access to... Yeah, there we go. If I hold up and don't jump, I can make it. Interesting. And yeah, Electrodude, should be plenty of time to do the X-Rank climb, given that... Yeah, I don't think there's going to be another Splatoon for a generation, although I think it would be really interesting to see a Splatoon spin-off. That there's enough going on in that series these days that I would actually really love something like a Splatoon side-scroller. I feel like there's a very clear opportunity for that. Hold up and don't jump. I can't do the cat dash, though, when I'm wearing the cannon hat. Can I hold up? Why would I want to hold up there? Oh, I see. Because I can climb on the fence and climb on a top level of a semi-solid across. Yeah, I see. I see. And shoot the spike ball, yeah. And yeah, Aleph, I'd actually completely forgotten about the April Fool's Splatoon beach game. Splatoon Dead or Alive mobile, I guess. Okay. We are. But yeah, DKC2 is something I might run on stream. I haven't quite decided yet. It's not a game I know very well, surprisingly. It tends to be probably the most well-regarded platformer that I don't really know that well, out of the classics of the Super Nintendo era. But yeah, it was mainly kind of replaying DKC1 as a bit of a warm-up into that. And yeah, this one might be a bit of a learning run here as Glitch, you can probably see. Because we're not even at first checkpoint yet, there will, given the format of these levels, probably be a bit of a little end boss segment at the end of this level. But yeah, if I need to do this over multiple runs, I'll just need to do it over multiple runs. Okay, need to remember how to do that. Instead of jumping past the second P-blocks, you just hold up. Interesting. Getting up there is not the issue for me. But just the timing of getting across left to right on the top level. We'll see. It's something that I have to figure out, and once I have a method for it, it should be much simpler to navigate. Okay. Let's poke this. And yeah, I keep forgetting that I can shoot spike balls if I have issues with timing. Now, I believe the shot is... Oh, whoops. Not something that's preserved into the climb. That was just a mistake. And yeah, it's very true that I'm underusing the ability to get the spike balls out of my way if they are chasing me. Or if they are getting ahead of me, for that matter. Whoops. I mean, I could have gone back outside to grab the power-up, but I might as well just restart. But yeah, I think something like Splatoon is actually very ripe for a side-scrolling game of some sort. It's kind of funny because going back to Super Mario Sunshine last week, there was a lot about it that I just naturally expected to work like Splatoon. Where, you know, as soon as I started to lock in my aim, I have this habit of trying to use motion controls right away, and I really do wish that there were motion controls in it. Because that's something that's kind of desperately needed. Whoa, 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 whoa. No time to turn around and shoot that thing. Yeah. I am 2 tiles high at that point, though, when I'm wearing the hat. That would be a sort of interesting puzzle mechanic, actually, that when you're using the cat suit with a hat, you are 2 blocks high. When you're using the cat suit by itself, your resting position is 1 block high. Seems like that's a puzzle gate waiting to happen. And yeah, back when Splatoon was an idea that was first shown off, I mean, the first thing I was thinking of was Super Mario Sunshine, and the reason I mention it now is because, you know, people have been saying for years that, whoops, Sunshine was something that they had been either missing or originally missed or wanted to go back to. And the thing is, in many ways, the most advanced evolution of the Sunshine style of 3D platforming is actually Octo Expansion. Because Octo Expansion is really one of the best things I've played this generation. I keep telling people that it makes me think of Half-Life 2 in some ways, and, you know, I'm not really joking about that, in that Octo Expansion was something that you would not only have that Sunshine style of 3D platforming and slipping everywhere and sliding, but you would have shooter mechanics as well as physics puzzle mechanics, and all of them kind of blended together in this like really fantastic game that is in many ways the true spiritual sequel to Sunshine that we've been wondering about all this time. And yeah, Alice Sub-Zero, I think that's a very fair and perhaps even common opinion. I do think that coming out of Splatoon 1 in particular, that the final boss in 2 is kind of a major letdown. I mean, the campaign was okay, but it was mostly just kind of there to show off a lot of the weapon set. And yeah, I guess I do have to climb across here. What is that? I see, the up arrow is probably telling me to just use the climb. Can we roll, then? No. No, no, I have to climb. I have to climb along the top level, yeah. For sure. And hey, Document. Doing well. Yeah, Electrodude, it's kind of interesting to think back now that Splatoon 1's original campaign only did support the main weapon unless you had the amiibo figures to tap in doing the campaign with a roller, for instance. That you pretty much played it only with a splatter shot. And in some ways, you know, Splatoon 2 was the first opportunity to have a campaign that would use the other weapon types. But that it really did take a lot of those ideas beyond a tutorial in some respects until Octo Expansion came and just blew the lid off everything. It was really quite remarkable just how much was done with the entirety of the weapon set. Especially because, you know, so many of the levels in Octo Expansion would give you a choice, and would give you a choice that would completely transform your approach and playstyle. But yeah, if you had something like a 2D side-scroller that was doing for 2D games, what Octo Expansion was doing in 3D. There's a ton of potential there. Now, I know that people who follow indie platformers, they've been telling me about a game called Splasher, which... Okay, I see. No, I need to not jump, and I need to just climb directly. If I climb directly, then I don't get bounced, right? Because I want to avoid getting bounced, but if I'm still in a climbing state, then that doesn't happen. Okay, okay. I think I understand what's going wrong now. That, as you were saying earlier, I do have to climb directly through the mushroom platform. But yeah, Aleph, it's kind of too bad that the final boss in Splatoon 2 just kind of turned out to be a spectacle fight like that. When the fight in 1, it's too bad that people don't really have that much access to the Wii U these days, and that so many people missed it, because it's one of the great Nintendo boss fights. Like, it's the kind of boss fight that I've rarely seen from Nintendo ever since, say, Metroid Prime in Metroid Prime. Whoops, I slipped right through. Yeah, I was trying to climb through, but I guess... I mean, if I'm in a climbing state, are my feet allowed to kind of touch the lower row of spikes? Like, visually, it's not very clear to me how that's going to go. Because it seems like I don't really have room to work with there. But we'll see. I'll give it a few more tries. I'll at least get to the checkpoint. Glitch, I will probably not continue past checkpoint on this attempt. But, as always, you're welcome to rejoin the queue and I can make another fresh attempt at it. Because this was very much a learning run, where I just sort out what the Cat plus canon mechanics are going to give me. I want to go up top. Okay, if I'm going up top, then... Okay, I was going up top in the earlier attempts, though. But... yeah, I get the feeling that I am supposed to do something like the cat dash or the roll or something. But whoops. Oh, I just missed the timing here completely. But yeah, getting across the two big spike blocks while staying ahead of the cannonball, or while having the opportunity to blow up the cannonball, is something I have not figured out. And yeah, Merlin, you're always welcome to just pop in and out of the stream or lurk or whatever. It's not a big problem. It's not like I see you coming in and out of the restaurant, you know, and going through the door without paying or something like that. It's not that kind of experience, but thanks for letting me know anyway. Okay, I want to go up top. Then I want to hold this. Can I do a crouch walk while I'm... Yes, I can. Okay. Curious. Still don't really get it. I bounced and sometimes lost a hat. Okay. But then I can crouch walk with this, right? I can crouch walk. Whoops. Let me get back here to try this out. Yeah, okay, so I can crouch walk and never raise my head. I need to be quite careful not to raise my head, actually. Okay, this I hadn't figured out, but now I have that down, I think I understand how to do it. Because I was thinking, okay, I get a 2-tile height off of Catsuit plus Cannon, how do I work with that? And then I guess the crouch walk was in fact the correct solution all along. And here we are. Okay. Let's let this thing bounce. And over we go. Okay. Okay, I need to stay low the whole time. Okay, I think I've got it. Oops. There we go. Okay, right approach. I just kind of gave up on that too early, as sometimes the case. And yeah, this is just a climbing segment. So like I said, I probably won't put in that many attempts past checkpoint. I may go as far as game over, perhaps, and that would be a natural place to stop, but given that I'm no longer, of course... Oh, whoops. Resetting from start. Let's scout ahead just to see what's going on. I obviously need a shot on the on-off switch up top, but I do want to see what's happening. Okay, never mind. I guess I won't see what's happening. Oh, interesting. Okay, no, it's going to be a shot in the pipe. The shot is going to go through the pipe and then bounce all the way back to the on-off switch. I see. And yeah, Splatoon and Breath of the Wild actually have a pretty considerable amount of thought that has been put into the world building, as it were. Okay, shoot left. Nope, shoot left. No! Okay. Yeah, didn't realize that the blaster on the right side was enforcing a bit of a timer. Let's not restart from scratch. Let's just... As I said, I'll probably try this up till game over, and then I'll postpone it for now, since that would reset me to the start anyway. But I'm glad we figured out the first segment, because then the next time I return to this, we could get through it quickly. So, where it comes to Splatoon, when it comes to lore, I sort of tell this story a lot when people bring up Splatoon, but back in the late 2000s, and you can look this up online, there was a bit of a parody piece in science fiction. It was called the Squid Punk Manifesto, and it was I'm Too Slow. And it was written by Jeff Vandermeer, who, if you've seen the Natalie Portman film Annihilation, he wrote the book for that, and is a fairly prominent science fiction writer nowadays. But back in the late 2000s, he wrote something called the Squid Punk Manifesto. And when Splatoon was first announced, that was the first thing I thought of, because like the idea was that he just named something Squid Punk to make fun of the fact that everything back then was like, you know, steampunk and this punk and that punk and so on. And so he just named a thing called Squid Punk, and then Nintendo a couple years later announced Splatoon, and I looked at it and thought, oh, that's exactly it. That's actually Squid Punk right there, that you have, you know, dystopic far future science fiction with this kind of bioscience element to it. But let me see if I can grab the link for you, actually. Robbie, you don't really like how game overs and super worlds don't really have any consequences. Well, I mean, it's kind of a self-enforcing thing. They do kick you out of checkpoints depending on the tuning of the bank of lives that you're given and the difficulty of the levels themselves. I've certainly found some creators strike a very good balance where the game overs do kind of feel like just the right amount of punishment. In my case, when I do run viewer worlds, I do observe game overs, typically past the first level, but it depends on how much time we've been spending. So as I was saying to Glitch earlier, we'll pause this one for now, since we've been kicked back to the checkpoint, to the start anyway, and we'll come back to it the next time he submits the world. So, thank you for that, Glitch. We will go step next. Anyway, just going to catch up on chat. Yeah, there are a lot of things with Super Worlds that are just short of being great, I think. Where I dislike that you're not allowed to re-enter levels. I know that maybe Nintendo doesn't want people farming lives, but then they let us do that in Super Mario World, so... I remember just spamming Top Secret Area over and over again to the great annoyance of Player 2, back when I was first playing Super Mario World, ages and ages ago. But yeah, I find that not being able to re-enter levels is probably the worst thing about Super Worlds in terms of restricting a very obvious avenue for design that could make a great deal of use out of the world format. Same with not having access to things like the level descriptions. And let's take a look at what Redox has to show me. This is going to be GGT, E3D, E8G. And in the meantime, let me dig something up. And yeah, I'll have to find that and maybe post it on the Discord later for those of you who are on the Discord in terms of what I was talking about with Splatoon, but I'll do that after the stream. Anyway, this is a very new level from Redox, Piranha Plant Blast version 1.0. E equals bounce. Ah, okay, I've seen this mechanic from Redox before, where you're going so quickly through the level that the pipes are spawning something beneath your feet. Clear condition we can probably imagine as don't touch the ground after leaving the ground. That is my guess. But yeah, Donkey Man, it would have been nice for lives to have a bit more meaning, given that that's the thing that really distinguishes... Ah, no, you just want a straight bounce because of the timer. Too much talking, not enough playing. I need to fall in accurately towards that wall jump. Yeah, given that, I think Worlds still in their current state have given a pretty decent boost to traditional design, regardless. It's true that they're not really the incentive for secret hunting that a lot of traditional makers were hoping for. But I definitely think that I've been able to appreciate what traditional makers are going for more than I was before when you see the connectivity of levels that are meant to be lumped together. I think that as people have been getting more comfortable with the Super World format too, that slightly higher bounce off that guy. As they've been getting more comfortable with it, I've been seeing more ideas that have a really coherent sense of using the world as a world. I'm too low off the initial wall jump, and that's putting me a little bit horizontally behind for each of these bounces. There we go. There we go. Yeah, too low on the wall jumps. That's what it is. And yeah, thank you, Robbie, for the replacement. Hope that actually went through. Spin on thy spiny. Okay. Electrodude, I actually played with the Undercover Brella for quite a few Splatfests. That was actually my chosen weapon for quite a while. It's probably my most played that isn't either Squelcher or Dually is Undercover Brella. Now, partly because I tend to play Splatoon with the Joy-Cons separate. Okay, misread that. Down towards the lower Piranha Plant, straight drop, I think. Yeah, partly because I played Splatoon often with the detached Joy-Cons, I played much less of the roller and just the splashy weapons like Ink Brush and such than I did in the first game. Because I found that the roller in particular was not a very good fit for Joy-Con controls. You really do want a full grip on a controller for that. But yeah, I mean, Electrodude, it's not like I was grinding for X rank or anything, so it's not like I know how the Undercover Brella fits into the meta, but Yeah, bounce and then fall directly down. Too low.
Oh no!
Yep. I mean, Merlin, when it comes to sketching details for Nintendo and such, you could always luck out and wind up in one of the game studios that does Western work for Nintendo, like Next Level does with Luigi's Mansion, and like Mercury Steam has been doing with 2D Metroid, starting with Samus Returns. That, I mean, you can really tell when it comes to the studios that are effectively working on fairly notable projects like that for Nintendo, that the supervision they get from the head office is actually quite tight. And
Oh no!
I was thinking about that too when I was playing DKC off stream yesterday. Interesting thing about DKC that I just totally forgotten about is that the end credits, not the fake out, but the real end credits, only have the first initials of all the staff. First initials and last name. But at this point, I think people know who the staff actually are if they wanted to look that up. Given that a lot of the staff now from that game is actually at Playtonic.
Oh no!
And there we go. Bounce. Down. Okay, high bounce off this guy, probably. Yeah, I guess when I see this piranha come in, it comes in from off-camera very quickly, and so that piranha is probably less blind-friendly than a lot of the other stuff I'm seeing. But it may just be because, you know, partly the signal that you're giving me from the down arrow is a bit unprecedented. So that's the only spot that's been a bit of a challenging read. It's, yeah, partly a camera thing. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, but looks like it should be high bounce off the left piranha and then short bounces off the ones that shoot out from the right. Yeah, Document, I had drift problems as well, and I solved them with a $6 bottle of electrical contact cleaner, which I should have done much earlier if I had known how effectively that would work. I mean, it's not a 100% permanent solution. I find that I do need to just reapply a blast of it every month or two if my Joy-Cons have been sitting exposed, because it's mostly the dust contamination from having my Joy-Cons, you know, sit in a dock that has caused that issue. And I do agree that, you know, as a sort of long-term build quality problem, this is kind of unusually bad for Nintendo. Okay, this guy was taking forever to come out. I don't know if I was supposed to skip him or what, but the down arrows seem to indicate like maybe a delay where I have to ground pound. Maybe it's a ground pound. And yeah, you've definitely, Robbie Gamers, had to see Nintendo adjust in response to some legal pressure when it comes to things like the digital refund policy, for instance. They recently finally put in refunds on digital pre-orders, and that was something that was a legal requirement in certain regions. So, Robbie, the contact cleaner, the brand is going to depend on what country you're in and who supplies it. It's just called electrical contact cleaner. WD-40 makes one that is not the regular WD-40 lubricant. The one I use is from a brand called Motomaster, because that was what was available here. But yeah, any kind of regular hardware supply or automotive supply, you know, you can get that very easily and very easy to use. Should this be a ground pound? Ah, yeah, drop down and then drop on piranha. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I think I only just noticed now that the previous down arrow was a drop on the same piranha. That should have been extremely obvious to me, but I think I wasn't monitoring that appropriately. No, wrong. You bought an 8-bit dough? The Super Nintendo style? Yeah. I've heard good things about that. Okay. Okay, there we go. Much better. That's not right. I do want short bounces all the way across to maintain momentum. Should just follow the signals for once. It's kind of too bad because until drift started occurring, I think the Joy-Cons were some of my favorite controllers of all time that I had ever used. You know, back when they were brand new and just very snappy. Partly it's because they fit my hands very well, but also I find that ergonomically, I've always liked holding the two halves of the controller separately, as I did back in the Wii era. And it's funny because going from the detached controllers on the Wii to the super wide gamepad of the Wii U, and then going to Joy-Cons, meant that I had not really played very much with controllers sort of with the standard grip, like the standard distance of the controller grip, in several generations, at least not very much. In that, you know, if I'm playing on PC, I'm mostly playing mouse and keyboard. I don't really play that many controller-based games otherwise, and so it was a bit of an adjustment going back to the standard size Pro Controller. And I still find Joy-Cons much more comfortable. I actually switched back to Joy-Cons for Hades, which came out last week on the Switch. I was playing a lot of Hades earlier this week, and some of the weapons in that game can get pretty spammy in that you end up mashing a lot of buttons, and I found that I had to switch back to Joy-Cons to minimize risk of anything like strain injury. And that Joy-Cons were actually much more comfortable in terms of the way I was holding them for long sessions, in terms of the shallowness of the buttons actually making repeated taps much easier. Like, I like the chunkiness of the Pro Controller for something like a platformer, but for something like Hades, where I'm just constantly spamming buttons and also gripping the controls for some fairly intensive action sequences, switching back to Joy-Cons was a pretty big game changer for me, so always a good idea to have the Joy-Cons clean and ready, just in the event of preparing for something like that. Okay, had a bit of a low bounce after the down arrow. I hesitated a bit excessively there. I understand how this works from this point, though. Just need to get the wall jumps down accurately. Read the signals accurately. No. Like I said, read the signals accurately. But yeah, I'm definitely one of the people who finds the Joy-Cons incredibly comfortable, except I don't use them for 2D platformers because I need a D-pad for that. And I know that, you know, the D-pad for the Pro Controller has a lot of problems on its own, which is also uncommon for Nintendo, and which is something I notice a lot with 3D World levels. I mean, people who have seen me play these know just how often I accidentally do a spin instead of a long jump because I have accidentally hit a diagonal on a D-pad. So Probably something like the 8-bit Do would be a good investment for me, but I'll have to look into that. But yeah, it's kind of unusual for our Nintendo products to have this range of control issues. Lost a bit of time there. I hope I'm not too tight on a timer.
Oh no!
And regardless, I am dead. But yeah, Joy-Cons for small hands in particular is
Oh no!
just a very comfortable fit. But yeah, I'm pretty fussy about my wrists, and so I find that, especially when you play as much as I do, that avoiding strain injury is something that is very much on my mind. How long have I spent on this level? Not that long, actually. I can check, depending on a timestamp of when I called it up. I'm not using the bot that has a command for that. Like, Warp World does not have that. I don't think, but... Oh, whoops. I can check that for you. It is, when did I pull up Redox? I've only been on this for like 15 minutes or so. I sometimes go for about half an hour on these, and Redox's tuning when it comes to difficulty, a lot of them end up in the 20 to 30 minute range for me. Depending on the clear rate and depending on the kind of challenges. Okay, I'm just misreading that once again. Still a mental adjustment every time. But yeah, we'll go straight down to next list afterwards, so thank you for the patience of those waiting. Okay, off we go. Yeah, just a bad bounce there. Hesitating excessively. Yeah, this is a level where I'm mostly losing for psychological reasons, not for technical reasons. It's not so much the button presses, it's more that there are these moments of doubt or hesitation or misreading signals that is throwing me off. So it's definitely just, you know, these occasional bouts of getting mentally mixed up. And it's always interesting to play a platformer level like that because it's one where, you know, when you see that kind of mistake, you know that you're capable of fixing it. That you know that it's just a little adjustment that you are aware of and can fix, and that is not some kind of really advanced technical error.
Oh no!
The double down signal there, I have to figure out. Because, yeah, there's a certain order to the 4 bounces that you need from that location. Where you have a P down arrow, and you have the 2 piranha plants that are on the bottom layer, and so... Oh, whoops. Yeah, I wonder if there's a better way to signal the mechanic where you're following the plants down. I think certain players, when they see a down arrow like that, their instinct will be to ground pound. Unless, like me, they are kind of doubting that because of the reach the goal condition. And I know that, Redox, that you have a very controlled purpose for things like coins, that you're only using coins to mark things like the jumps. But in most levels where you don't have that indicator system, I wonder if something like a coin trail would actually be easier to follow. Like a vertical coin trail. But I know that you probably don't want to add too much confusion, simply because you do have a very concrete system for how to signal jumps and how you're using coins and how you're not using coins. But I'm definitely thinking about that down arrow a lot, because even though I know what the mechanic is supposed to be, I do find it a little bit psychologically tricky to interpret every time, especially because you're going to have an overlapping order of some sort when you fall into those locations. But... And yeah, Donkey Man, I would love to have Tetris pieces for Smash. I think Tetris is easily the most iconic Nintendo-relevant game to still be missing from Smash, and it is a very noticeable omission. Speaking of which, speaking of Tetris, so next week, Mario 35, we're definitely doing it. That's going to be out 1st of October. I don't know when the activation time will be, but we will absolutely be running Mario 35 on a stream. Don't know exactly when to put it in my schedule yet, but it will happen. And I'm kind of curious, actually, how well I'll do, because as you can see here, like, I'm not a particularly precise or advanced player, but then occasionally I look at statistics of where I sit relative to the player population, and then I feel a bit better about my ability to do this stuff. So for instance, you know, I'm fairly casual about the NG speedruns, in that I just try to blindly find my own route in them without looking anything up, and I don't try to optimize it too tightly, and I just spend like maybe half an hour on the levels, depending on how much fun I'm having, to try to make improvements that are easy to make. And I'm always surprised that that's enough to get me into, you know, the top 2% or so that's needed to... It's usually top 4% or so that gets you into the gold medal range, top 3 to 4%. And I'm always surprised that I actually tend to end up very comfortably in that zone, even as somebody who is really not a speedrunner. Like, I don't have the temperament of somebody who can do speedruns. And so with a big release like Mario 35, it's going to be a real test of how well I do relative to a player population generally, given that, you know, I do have some speed and precision problems from time to time. Yeah, Electrodude, as you've often heard me comment, as you've come as a bit of a Touhou specialist on this stream with a couple of bullet hell levels of your own, but as you've heard me say before, I'm always kind of surprised by how well known Touhou seems to be among Mario Maker players. I had no idea it was that popular, because it's something that I honestly never really paid much attention to or knew about until all these different makers started telling me about it. No, I need to bounce until the next guy comes out, basically. I don't quite see this. I think there's a certain order, right? Where there are going to be 2 long bounces and 1 short bounce. And I don't know what order that is. I think it's supposed to be short bounce, long bounce, short bounce, and long bounce, but I don't really understand that sequence. And I have to guess at it, I think, until the next Piranha comes out. Whoops. And hey, Rybones. So yeah, Rybones, I actually did replay World 1 of your world off stream, just to get it back in order. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, over the weekend I played the new 15-course world by Rybones, but I only got through World 1. And then he re-uploaded to fix something in World 2. And so I just went back and replayed it all to get back into position, and the nice thing is that replaying it went fairly smoothly, which I think usually speaks to good level design, is that when you replay something you've already mastered, it should go smoothly, and that's a sign that a level is working. Except, of course, for that one invisible block in the water level in 1-4. That was still throwing me off, but everything else actually went pretty smoothly. And yeah, so Rybones, feel free to submit as well. We're going to be open for a while.
Oh no!
Nice to have so many 4YMMers hang out here today. I was kind of wondering how much activity would still be going on in Mario Maker, given that obviously a lot of Mario players have had their attention diverted by the 3D collection. And just by the influx of games in general that we've been seeing from Nintendo. Yep, just doubting myself a little too much on that jump once again. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that one quad jump here
Oh no!
is what I was a little bit worried about. Quad jump, of course, just makes me think of figure skating. We think of Kurt Browning. It's not that kind of quad jump. I don't know how much overlap there is between Mario Maker and people who follow figure skating. I'm not that serious about it, but you know, it's something I will watch on and off in Olympic years. I don't know it as well as I used to. I feel like I was paying most attention to figure skating around a time that I was also learning to play Mario. You know, back when it was a big thing in the early 90s, particularly with the whole Harding and Carrigan thing. And here we go. Short bounce, long bounce, there we go. And wrong. Okay, no, I've got it though. The idea is correct. The idea is correct. Okay, that was the major roadblock I needed to figure out from a level reading perspective. And we have the method, so just need to execute cleanly. That was about 6 seconds from the end. I feel like I've got it. Depending on how bad the final jump is, but... nope, hesitated too much. Really do need to commit to the bounces forward before the piranhas arrive. Okay. There we go. Yeah, the P jumps do consistently ask you to commit. Okay, I let up on the high bounce too early there. That was a clear mistake. Yeah, not committing enough to the jumps. That's been something that's been killing me throughout the level, but that's clearly the final sequence, and so we're very, very close. Hey, Lupin Snoop. Yeah, so for those keeping track, Redox was a sub, and so we'll be going back to the next queue immediately afterwards. Okay. Alright. And yeah, for those of you deeper in the queue, I never pull from random, so you are free to, you know, just lurk or duck back into another stream or do anything you like with the time if you think you are in for a long wait. Just be here when you are called. Or let me know if you want your position held if you have to step out. Because I do tend to take my time with some of the harder levels, and so that's something that people should be aware of from the way we run things around here, is that you are free to come and go. And yeah, Loop and Snoop, pretty busy day, actually. Almost surprisingly so. But I guess as Loop and Snoop, you've been saying lately that the maker-to-player ratio lately, when you've been looking for playtesters, has been a little bit off in the past few weeks. And Robbie, you're telling me Loop and Snoop suggested some of the ideas in your Vine level? Yeah. That's good to know. Yeah, Loop is a very good playtester to send a level against, in that, you know, he is very clear about what kind of elements of design don't sit well with him. And so I'm sure that Robbie, in developing some of those concepts, you probably found that out for yourself already. And oops, there we go. And yeah, Gooby, the thing I found about streaming this game is that it's substantially enhanced my player experience. That, you know, doing something like viewer levels is always going to be a bit of a risk, that depending on the kind of community you cultivate, you're going to get levels of varying styles and varying quality. But on average, I'm having a much better and more engaged experience with it than I would otherwise. I mean, you know, if I were off-stream, I would still have my own list of followed makers and so on, but I wouldn't be discovering nearly as many new ideas and new people. And I've definitely had a few major discoveries here in playing levels that people submit to me in terms of styles that I didn't think I would like or didn't know I would like. Like, we've been really into the escape rooms lately, as people who've been following the weekend streams have known. We've been doing tons of those. And, well, not tons in terms of quantity, but we've been spending a lot of time on them, shall we say. But yeah, discoverability has always been a bit of a challenge in Mario Maker, in that, you know, you have players seeking levels, you have makers seeking players, and there is a lot of work involved in both ends in terms of having levels find the right kind of player for the level. That, you know, in terms of finding the right kind of audience for the sort of things you like in your own designs. And from a player's perspective, finding things that you'll actually have fun with. And yeah, it was a much easier process for me just by playing this game on stream. So I missed a few things in chat, I think, so I'll just take the time to catch up while I thank you all for the GGs. Yeah, good level Redox. I think that it definitely took some time to get used to how to read the down arrow sequence, but once I figured it out consistently, I think it came together. The other thing for me to figure out consistently was that the P blocks that are not over the arrows are pretty much almost always a signal to fully commit to the bounce and to maintain full momentum going forward. That was just a difficulty for me because I tend to hesitate and doubt a lot, but I think once I understood that, the pacing of the level was abundantly clear. So let's take a look at Gooby, I think. Yeah, I'm going to punch in your code, and in the meantime, let me just catch up with some chat messages in case I missed anything really critical, because when I'm playing, I am kind of skimming, and so some messages do fall between the cracks sometimes. And yeah, Tempest Funk, you were saying something about some blind jumps in DKC2. One thing I've noticed about playing both Yoshi's Island and DKC1 again recently is that there is quite a lot of impact from the aspect ratio and the speed of the camera. That a lot of the blindness in some of the Super Nintendo era comes from the camera scrolling in too fast for its own good in certain segments, and enemies feeling like they're coming out of nowhere, because you're also working with what now, to us, as widescreen players, seems like a much narrower visual field. And yeah, every time I get hit in something like DKC1 or in Yoshi's Island, there are a ton of off-camera snipes all over the place. And I think it's something that we probably didn't notice at the time because we were playing around that with the pacing that we were accustomed to back when the 4:3 aspect ratio was all there was to work with. And perhaps we were used to that in a way that players these days are not as accustomed to, given that we have a certain expectation of speed and momentum when playing in widescreen. You were talking about Touhou characters, and Alice Sub-Zero, you were suggesting Goose for Smash? Oh, Untitled Goose Game, not Top Gun. Okay. And I think I caught everything about the Joy-Cons. Alright, let's get back into it. So Gooby, you've got 1-3 pad playground, a ground pound on the brick to bounce on them. And the level is going to give me a yo. Okay. So yeah, Tempest Funk I might do DKC2 on stream. I haven't quite decided yet, but there we go. Ah, okay, I actually remember this mechanic because this was in a Mang level as well, I think. The sort of compression into the mushroom platform bounce. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Nice. But yeah, pretty good use of it here, too. And just have to be careful about contact with the dash panel. Those spike blocks do have a way of scaring me quite a bit. But, okay, probably don't need to spin. Yeah, you took it from Meng? Yeah. Seems like this idea has been stolen several times over, so... okay, I should not spin. I should just go directly on. And, yeah, Loop, I'll catch up to what you said about the screen scrolling in just a moment, because I'm catching up to the chat scrolling. In a marvelous feat of irony. So. Okay. Yeah, really do need to jump right as you're on the lip of that dash panel. Fairly gentle retry point, at least, here. Okay. Canceling out of that too early. Too early. What did I say about not spinning? There we go. Yeah, just pulling back a little too cautiously now. There we go. It's okay, right at the checkpoint, we can retry this. Yeah, as far as this tech goes, I definitely saw in Mang's level for the first time when the mushroom platforms came out back in April. But it is something that I've seen a few times since, for sure. Yeah, the on-off bounce platforms that were introduced with 3.0 had a lot of potential right out of the box. I mean, I was using them in my Goomba level right away as a bit of a power-up gate. And this sort of block compression and collision, though, is kind of interesting, because obviously, right from the start of Mario Maker 2, the bounce platforms stood out as one of the only things in 3D World that would allow you to break those very unforgiving collision rules that 3D World is full of all the time. Whoops. In that they actually give you some overlaps and therefore have some semi-solid functionality, and so just the ability to deactivate them on command was actually a pretty significant power bump for what you could do with 3D World. Okay. Here we go. Generally, Loopin' Snoopy said this tech is used when you want Mario to ground pound and get him back up quickly. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, without the landing lag from finishing the ground pound. And here we go. Yeah, Rybones, I don't know why you think this is one of my style of levels, but I guess it kind of is. I don't know. Definitely not surprised to find that Gooby was influenced by Mang. Okay, we want probably long jump like that. Yeah. I'm glad it actually gave me a chance to figure that out. Looks like it's going to be wall jump after that. Okay. Yeah, pretty forgiving level overall. Fairly quick restarts on all of the things that are a bit fussier to figure out, like the consecutive sequences of the bounces and dash panels. Yeah, pretty gentle rendering of this mechanic, I think. So, in World 1, that's going to be something that might be a roadblock for some players, but I remember playing one or two other selections from this world before, and I'm not doing it in sequence. I don't remember what the difficulty tuning overall is like, but obviously people playing it in the context of a super world, if you do put it in a super world, won't have access to the level description, and so they will have to be figuring things out on the fly, but at the same time, they have a very gentle and restartable environment to do that in. So thank you for that, and thank you for the GGs. Yeah, world record is definitely up for grabs for anybody who wants to try for it. Clear check time was actually not much better than that. But somebody who knows the mechanic very well and can one-shot this can easily do this in much, much less. And yeah, Loopin' Snoop, thank you for dropping by. Let me just see the queue right now. It's going to be straight down next. And yeah, Betcha or General BB is live. Yeah, if you want to go scout out some tech, that's definitely a stream that you want to check out as well. For those of you in queue, if you are dashing back and forth anyway, that's certainly one that you should keep an eye out for if you want to figure out things like advanced music tech. Oh, he's still working on the Pirate Cove, okay. I actually haven't been to his stream in the past week or so, so I haven't seen him work on that one specifically, but I drop by his stream quite a bit to just see what kind of tech discoveries he's making, because it used to be that he'd just posted on Twitter clips and such anyway, but it's really good to see him do very maker-oriented streams nowadays, because I find that there isn't a lot of very maker-oriented content on Twitch that is for people who really understand advanced maker mechanics. And so there's a very precise purpose to that. Merlin, are you actually still here? I think you said something earlier about dipping and coming back in. Yeah, Rybones, he doesn't really advertise his stream. I just see him on every now and then. I think Merlin might actually have ducked out. You probably said... Merlin's very polite about this. He probably said farewell earlier and I just missed it. So if he's not here, I'll just pass on one spot and pull up. I believe Tempest is probably next. So let's go Tempest Funk. Yeah, I'll just bump Merlin one spot for now. If he's not back by the next one, I'll bump him completely. But we did show him off earlier today, so no harm done. So, for those of you who have not seen or played it, we just recently finished the 5th and final part of Tempest Funk's Escape Room series, which is duck into the profile quickly. For people who like puzzles, particularly puzzles that have a kind of pen and paper element to them, or like a detective element to them that doesn't require a lot of advanced Mario tech or anything, highly, highly recommend this Escape Room series from 1 to 5. It's been our project on this stream on the weekends over the past month or so, and it was well worth it. So, you made this before you knew that DKC 2 was coming out, and so it's very topical. Forced Interlude. Looping music platformer. DKC 2, unsurprisingly, is, I think, one of the most popular games to draw from when it comes to music levels. I've seen a lot done with it. I think you could probably just assemble a reasonably good DKC2 music level playlist and have them all be fairly good music platformers rather than just auto-scrollers. But anyway, we're in for some looping music tech, and for extra challenge, find all 1030 coins. Well, we'll have to mentally keep count, I think. Yeah, nice little Diddy Kong pixel art there. I'll be honest, I don't actually like most of the rare Kong designs. Diddy is fine. Dixie, Cranky, you know, like the sort of original set. But then once you... by the time you get into, like, DK64 and so on, it's not a surprise that a lot of those designs have not come back. I've actually seen a music level use this track in recent memory. I think it was probably by Minibarf, now that I think about it. Whoops. Because Minibarf is also really into this game and really into music levels. And I think this was their DKC level as well, when it comes to the music track. Very different level structure, obviously, even though there is vine climbing, as you would expect of Donkey Kong. As you would expect more of classic Donkey Kong, actually, than DKC itself. And yeah, actually, no, you're quite right, Gooby, that this was, I think, actually used by, I want to say it was Cupcake, in fact, who I showed off at the very beginning of this stream. And who also actually made a DKC track at the beginning of the stream, now that I think about it. So, Very thematically appropriate so far, everything that we've been doing. But yeah, I like the mix here. Also the way that the music blocks are just kind of woven into the timing challenge of getting through the upper climb. Oh, whoops. Where you're just playing directly through the loop. And yeah, Gooby, I think it... I'm trying to remember which one of the 4YM music levels it was, and I think that actually was Cupcakes, because Cupcake likes to do those medley levels where... They also had a music level that was all of the Ocarina melodies in Ocarina of Time. And, yeah, there are a couple of makers who are really into doing music platformers, and the thing they share is that they're all fascinated by DKC, and DKC 2 in particular. And it's no surprise, given just how good the soundtrack is. But yeah, like I said, DKC 2 is actually a game I don't know that well. It's one that I feel like I actually know primarily well through the soundtrack in some ways. Which was the case for me with most of the classic RPGs from the Super Nintendo era as well. That, for instance, I knew the soundtracks to Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI before I ever played them. I played them in emulation some years later. Okay, I should not have dropped out of that. Let's go back. So, Tempest Funk, this was, I see, something that had the RTD tag on it. And that's some kind of competition with a limitation on the items you can use, right? If you were... I think you were telling me that about some of the previous submissions that you had with the RTD tag, that they have some kind of rotating condition to them. I don't remember what this on-off switch activated, but we'll pay a bit more attention and find that out. Music blocks, tracks, and boos in a vertical level. I see, okay. And yeah, Gooby, the list accumulated a bit because I had some long levels in there from playing Glitch and Redox back-to-back. And so I did amass a bit of a backlog, but I do plan to go for quite a while today, so no worries about being played if you are in the queue, and if you are able to stay. I should have paid attention to what the on-off switch actually got me. So let's think about that. We've taken that 30 coin before. I feel pretty satisfied with that. Yeah, just a bit of situational awareness I need to work on here. Yeah, Robbie, when it comes to vertical music levels, I mean, part of that I think is because you do have to learn all the vertical loading rules, and the vertical loading rules can be something that, I mean, they're known, and they're something that people have been working on, but it does mean that you need to relearn certain technical tricks, I think, for the pitches that you're loading in, and just how you're setting up a music track in general. That you have to adjust around the fact that it's vertical. Okay, we needed to go back to that location with the on-off switch. I was not paying it nearly enough attention. Oh, whoops. There we go. Much better. I like the gentle reset on Divine Climb, even though it sets me back so far in progress. I mean, it's a pretty gentle climb regardless, and the music loop is pleasant to listen to. Okay. Power up? Yes. In case we ram headfirst into a boo again. And over. Ah, okay. That was a push. Just reacted a bit badly coming out of that. And of course we'll go for the coin. Checkpoint. And here we go. And all about Faye, thank you for the submission. Oh, whoops. We're looking over that submission and wasn't paying attention at all to getting zapped by Larry here. But anyway, thank you for submitting. The key is Thwomp. Oh, interesting. That a death sends you... Okay, over onto this side, but with the on-off toggled. Ah. Okay. And then you toggle it, and then you continue as before. Interesting. Oh, I guess that's because of the music loading. That's how you enforce the music loading from the checkpoint, right? If I understand that correctly. That's the only purpose of the on-off loop there, is just to force you to do the drop. Yeah, that's a neat little workaround for loading music in from the midpoint. So, it's fairly well thought out, that respawn point there. I think a lot of makers would just choose not to place a checkpoint that way, and instead of really working around a problem and figuring out how to make it function. But, it's very rewarding for the player when you put into work to just make sure there's a checkpoint in the place that you want and still make everything go. Okay. Down we go. And forward. Oh, whoops. A little too bold over there. Okay. Yeah, we should actually hold up and grip those things. Okay. Here we are. On second thought. Yeah, it's a nice placement of that 30 coin as a bit of an extra challenge, but I think we'll bypass it for the moment, just to see a little bit more of what lies ahead. Yeah, quite a lot of variation to these. Different parts of the climb, as well as some incremental difficulty in terms of having similar kinds of climbs and jumps that are followed by spacing that's a little more restrictive. And yeah, of course we'll grab that. We'll just follow this guy over. Don't mind me. Should perhaps be careful. Okay, here's a safety point right here. And we have to go for it. Whoa, no. Yeah, Gooby, it's one of those things with the Fireball name that there is a bit of a generation gap in that Nintendo used to call them Potoboos, then they just referred to them as Lava Bubbles. One of the less conspicuous changes is that, you know, I always refer to these music blocks as jump blocks. And for a while, people were pointing out, like, why aren't you calling them note blocks, or why aren't you calling them music blocks? And I realized, I wonder why I do have the habit of calling them jump blocks. And then it turns out I'm totally correct in that I definitely did grow up with them being called jump blocks in the original manuals, and that they did not begin to be referred to as note blocks by Nintendo until much later, until at least the Super Mario Advance remakes on Game Boy. That back in SMB3, when they were first introduced, and in Super Mario World, they were definitely called jump blocks in the manual, and so I still have a habit of referring to them as jump blocks to this day. But yeah, I mean, you know, using that interchangeably with note blocks or music blocks as needed. They're definitely much more for music than for jumping in this level, as you can see. But yeah, the name Lava Bubble is, I think, much easier to understand in terms of what they're referring to, but I think just out of old school principle, I still think of them as Potoboos. And yeah, Electrodoon, happy yeeting on your side. Hope the X rank comes to you soon enough. Okay, ride this down. Oh. Okay, so it's going to be a jump back and forth. Yeah. Took me a moment to understand that, but we are out of here. Okay, checkpoint. And this is going to blast open. And we have a scrolling segment. And yeah. And we're back. Here. Okay. Interesting use of the poison level to exert drag on the Boo Ring in terms of getting them to run at a slow speed. I have seen that interaction before, but not very often. Just in terms of using poison and lava to drag anything, it's always something full of mechanical possibilities. Gooby, your level won't be in time? Yeah, sorry to make you wait. I'm glad we actually got to see your previous submission, at least. And we'll hopefully be running some more viewer level streams to catch you when we can. So it's leave to remove from queue. Pardon the confusion there. Let me see how far back you are. Yeah, if you won't be able to stay for that, Gooby, it is leave. And so yeah, thank you, Tempest, for Forest Interlude. And thank you for all the GGs, so. Let's push through the list. Did I actually mark that as win? Now, Merlin I think actually took off, so I need to give that a remove. Then... yeah, I should probably do something about the confusion between remove and leave. And change to command names or something. But these are little adjustments we'll learn how to make. And yeah, we just won that one. Just make sure things are properly cleared. Okay, Robbie. And yeah, Rybones, he has a very rich understanding of the technical side of the game, I think. It's always a learning experience to talk to Ketcha, aka General BB. Anyway, here's EZ or EZ, depending on your country. A short and easy platforming level about spin jumping on spiny shells. Short and easy, to the tune of a 3-minute world record with 2 clears. Let's see how we do. You know what? I'm going to look at the clear check time as well. Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. I don't know if this was made for opposite day or something, but let's spin on to Spinies. Ah. Okay, hang on. Oh, because of clear condition. Okay, let's practice it anyway. Due to the clear condition. Yeah, I can see the clear condition as being where the issue would be coming from in terms of the clear rate. So let me just navigate this to preview it. Really doesn't seem that bad from what we're seeing right now, but we don't know what kind of other checks lie in store in terms of things that can spoil the condition for us. So really doesn't seem that bad, at least this part here. So what is the trick, I wonder? I feel like we're in for some kind of trick. Well, here's a leaf. Miss. Okay, I see. Well, this is a practice run. We'll just do it anyway. Yeah. Okay, so it's just going to be a bit of an accuracy check when it comes to the landing, but the leaf actually makes it fairly forgiving. So, yeah, Gorkowski, thank you for the level earlier. Aren't you glad we pulled you ahead in a sub-queue after all? But, yeah, you have a good day. Looking forward to more. Only 2 clears on this, really? I mean, unless there's some kind of very tricky ground segment that we have to avoid later that causes a lot of resets for people. This does not look nearly like what I was fearing from 0.04%. I mean, this clear condition can be a little annoying to play around if you are just barely missing a corner, and I wonder if I have to worry about the clock at the rate that I'm going. Okay, I see. So that's one of the risks there. I was kind of thinking about that, it's an issue if you accidentally tap the hatch from below. I feel like I probably do need to go faster when I go for the clear, given that it's 250 seconds on the clock. Total time for that is going to be a little bit over 4 minutes, and so given the clear time was in the low 3-minute range, I have a little bit of wiggle room, but not so much that I can take everything slowly. And as you can see, I'm beginning to make some mistakes now that I'm rushing a little harder. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. There will probably be some segments later, I assume, that will challenge me to be a little more accurate about doing short jumps that don't pick up the hats. For now, though, things are looking okay. Really got sniped by that cannonball there. That would have been unpleasant. Okay. Don't want to lose too much time to the floating. Oh. And yeah, Robbie, it's much better without spikes, for sure. It's actually very clean looking. the fact that it looks fairly relaxed for a level that has that kind of clear rate attached to it is something that is good. In that when I see something like 0.04, the first thing that comes to mind for me is, oh my goodness, I'll have to probably dodge a lot of weird hitboxes, and I have not had to do that. The jumps are flexible, which is definitely what I prefer. As people who are regulars here know, it's, whoops. Probably my least favorite kind of level to play through is the super precision stuff, where you have to do corner jumps all the time and, you know, dodge weird hitboxes and stand on the right pixel and so on. Not only because I find that to be something that doesn't really reward a Mario style of skill, but also just that from a design perspective, it often doesn't give me much that is interesting to talk about, you know, from a streaming standpoint. But even off-stream, I don't really play those either, so. But this is definitely not that kind of level. This is much more flexible when it comes to where I'm allowed to jump. See, I can even do a bit of a skip there if I wanted. There's some precision stuff. Yeah, we'll see when we get there. And hey, Gros Boulet. I think it's Gros Boulet, if that's pronouncing it properly. Gros Boulet. Close enough? Okay. And yeah, Robbie, hopefully your internet is not too choppy. Let me know if there are any problems with the stream on my side, but I think, technically speaking, my stream has actually been holding up quite well. I'm on a significantly better internet connection than I was even just 2 weeks ago. And the impact to my stream has been immediate in terms of not having to fix up a lot of little things. When it comes to disconnections, even audio errors from time to time, I've just had everything running smoothly here, as far as I can tell. But yeah, got a new streaming setup with a new internet service. Everything is fine, except I need a new chair. It's been surprisingly difficult to find a good, comfortable chair that can withstand hours of Mario on end. And just a dank meme lord, thank you for dropping by and saying hello. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, sorry if I missed some messages in chat. I do tend to skim a bit when I'm in the middle of playing a level, but I'll try to catch up to any messages I may have skipped over. Yeah, a lot of newcomers here today, which is great. Because, you know, people in Mario Maker, both streamers and makers, tend to come and go. People do naturally have some cycles of burnout or losing interest or wanting to play other things on both the maker and streamer side, and so it's nice to know that the community is constantly being supplied with people who have new ideas, new designs to show. And that every time I come here and run viewer levels, I'm always in for some kind of treat. And, you know, even by the standards of watching other viewer level streamers, because I do spend a lot of time watching some other streams and occasionally submitting to them, and even by the standards of other viewer level streams, I find that the level of quality you folks give me here is generally very high, and above average for what I see on Twitch. And so, as I always say to my regulars, I'm very grateful for that. This one has been pretty interesting so far. I mean, it is a lot of spiny bounces in order, but laid out in such a way that has just enough variation to it, and that even when I'm going downwards, it's actually fairly easy to read. That I think the coin indicators have generally been just enough to give me an indication of where I'm falling without being excessive and without cluttering up the screen. So. And yeah, something with a requirement for about 3 minutes of consistency, some possible precision stuff to come. We'll see how far we get, but I'm okay with levels that feel like arcade experiences, where the point isn't necessarily to clear it straight away, but just to engage with a mechanic and get better at it as you go. And I kind of like being able to stop and plan my jumps, at least with the way I'm currently playing the timer. The beat a timer is, once again, much tighter than how I'm engaging with it here, and then I have to go a lot faster. And anyway, sorry, Grosbule, yes, I do accept trolls. I do accept trolls. Sorry I didn't answer your question. I saw that message in chat and I just did not read it. But yeah, thanks for submitting it. And yeah, trolls are fine. I sometimes don't finish them in one sitting. But, you know, given the way that troll levels sometimes have a lot of big resets onto checkpoints and such. But sometimes I'm willing to break them up over several sessions if I don't finish right away. And on the weekends I also do an overflow stream where I run some longer levels as well as things that were left unfinished, if I feel like it's reasonable for me to clear them, so. And yeah, Robbie, I can definitely tell that obviously you were constrained here by the clear condition if you wanted to checkpoint this. I think a lot of people, you know, when they want to do that, they just wind up breaking this up into a shorter level, but I don't mind this kind of difficulty, though, where you just have to be consistent over a long time, but consistent with a lot of flexibility, where you don't have to be super tight about everything. We're allowed to make a few mistakes and adjustments. And oh, whoops. Just a miss. And there we go. And tap that. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, because honestly, everything here feels pretty manageable. It's just a matter of consistency. And not hesitating in jumps like that. There's just a lot of potential points for failure. So yeah, I can see why it's actually a fairly well-liked level for something that has so few clears on it. But you know, that's something that you don't see all that often, except when it's from one of the really big celebrity hard makers like Arb and Panga and so on, where you see a level that has very few clears, but a lot of people saying, I didn't beat it, but I still enjoyed it. And in fact, I feel like there's often not enough of that in Mario Maker in terms of people willing to say that. and say, you know, I might have been frustrated with some parts, I might have failed to clear this, I might have failed very miserably, but still had a good time with what I saw. Okay. And spin off of this. Yeah, because that's a skill set that I think doesn't get enough credit, is designing hard levels that are fun for people who can't beat them. Because there are a lot of hard levels that are not fun at all for people who can't beat them. Like, there's a difference there, and it's kind of like the inverse of designing easy levels that are still fun for people who prefer to play hard things. Same kind of idea. I probably missed something in the on-off progression by skipping all that. But we'll see. Okay. Yeah, I felt like I skipped something there, unless I just misread what the whole sequence was. Okay. Yeah, pretty flexible here in that you could have progressed on either side. Sometimes it's not clear to me when I'm required to hit a switch. I find that every time I see a switch, I probably do have to press it. But sometimes I don't see what that's doing, like with the on-off switch over there. Okay, 90 seconds. I am almost certainly taking this too slowly. And I have to skip the moon now, that's the additional challenge. Okay, that could have gone badly. That could also have gone badly. Okay, let's take the next cycle. Next cycle. Okay, 50 seconds. Okay. Down we go. I have to start cutting some corners here. Whoops, failed the condition. That's okay, let me see what's ahead. 30 seconds to go. I just want to see. And it's going to be down, down, and spin over the track. Wow, that's a lot of ground to cover, actually. Okay, I was definitely going way too slow. Way too slow, in fact. That's okay, that's what a learning run is all about. Yeah, the only thing I would say about this level so far is that sometimes it is unclear what the on-off state switches are supposed to be, but that's because there is a bit of a maze-like structure to it, where often with an on-off gating system, by the time you hit the switch, you want the player to have a fairly clear idea of where they should go next. So here, for instance, that works, because you see the gate before the switch. You see basically the lock before the key. And so I think the general idea is when you hit an on-off switch, what you should be thinking as the player is, aha, I know what to do with this and where to go. And what you probably don't want to be thinking so much as the player is, I wonder where this is going to be useful. So, whoops. So in both of the instances we see so far at the beginning of the level, that follows that principle quite well. That as soon as you hit the switch, you already have a mental image of where that was relevant. Later in the level, I'm not sure that's always the case, but maybe I was just not paying enough attention. But yeah, let's go faster. That's okay. I'm not surprised at losing to time, effectively, from an initial read-through. And later on, the sequences where you have to drop past the clouds in the subworld. That's probably the closest thing to a precision check we've seen so far, and that was not bad at all. Whoops, no. Should have just followed the coin trail down and just done faster, shorter bounces in general. It is quite a marathon. But yeah, the fact that I was in timer trouble does tell me that I need to be doing this faster all over the map. Okay. So yeah, unlikely to clear this, but we'll see. Like, I feel like we saw a pretty substantial chunk. And it's one that I might want to return to for the overflow stream this weekend, so... Yeah, so if you see me get a clear on this at some point when you're not watching, do check out the VOD archive on the stream, because we will almost certainly have recorded it if I do manage to get through the whole thing. Oops. And yeah, Rybone's world record was 3 minutes something, and the Maker clear time was also 3 minutes something. And yeah, Robbie, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Try to keep things relatively low stress around here. Okay. Forward we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to go a bit faster now, and then that's definitely getting me into trouble in some spots that were effectively solved. Whoops. Let me see how long I've been on this in case... So just so I know that we have a reasonable amount of time. Okay. I've been on this for about 25 minutes. We can do a few more minutes worth of attempts. I mean, we got pretty far on one of those attempts earlier, and I would like to try to match that. I think I certainly can. But given that that was in the subworld, in a vertical subworld no less, it was a little bit difficult to see how much was left and just how far behind I was on time. So gotta go fast, but not too fast. Yeah, that's the thing about Document, as you were saying, a calm and studied approach, is that some levels work better with that than others, for sure. I find that when it comes to platforming obstacles that kind of can be solved by good tactics and good planning, that sometimes I can get around technical problems that are a little beyond my ability as a player just by, being able to solve them by thinking and by reading the mechanics properly. But some levels really don't let you do that. There are definitely some kinds of platforming elements where if you take my approach to it, you just wind up going too slow everywhere. So, whoops, no, forgot about the cannonball there. It took you 1 month to upload it. Okay, so maybe not expecting to beat that today, but I'll try to make a deep run at it, likely on one of the catch-up streams. But yeah, definitely going to keep this one in mind. I do enjoy marathon levels, when marathon levels give you a lot of flexibility to, really plan out your own jumps and create your own strategies. I mean, we were talking a lot about DKC earlier, and those of you who have been on the stream a lot will know that I've had many kind things to say about Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which was basically a kind of DKC 6 made by A lot of the veterans of the original Rare DKC team. And it famously has a super, super long final level. It takes about 20 minutes just to play straight through. And it took me probably over 2 hours to beat the first time. It didn't take many attempts. I think I beat it on the 7th or 8th attempt or something. 7th or 8th attempt. And even so, that was about 2 or 3 hours worth of attempts. And so when it comes to marathon levels that are sort of more consistency oriented, in terms of still letting you fundamentally engage with the platforming mechanics, I find that works well with me. Not many more tries on this one, though. Yeah, the fact that I made it to the subworld, I think, is already a pretty significant accomplishment, and so I'm pretty happy with that. Even if I had to do it with a method that was way behind on time. Okay. No, wrong way once again. So yeah, we'll see if this is something I can do. You honestly thought I'd hate it? Like, you honestly thought I'd hate the level or the game? No, this is fine. It's... The thing is, one of the things I find very annoying to die to is often just a lot of low headroom, or a lot of, you know, kind of tight spacing. Here, the tight spacing is mostly coming from not accidentally wearing a hat, but you have enough room for the jumps that is usually not an issue. But otherwise, most of the time, I can do a nice full jump like that. And I also have enough flexibility with the obstacles that sometimes I can even skip a spot, or... Like, not that anyone's going to optimize this for a speedrun, but if they wanted to, you could do it by dropping quickly with a cape in certain places, or skipping certain spiny shells. Like, you can do a lot of that stuff. And even if I'm not doing that myself, and nobody's really going to do a speed run over this length of a level, knowing that I have the flexibility to plan my own jumps like that makes it a significantly more pleasant experience. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, see? Doing a couple skips there. Oh, it's actually an alternate path to the left, I see now. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Now, I think we will call it at this point. But thank you for the submission. It might be, once again, something that I return to separately. We do some of the planning for the weekend catch-up stream occasionally on the Discord, if you want to hang out there. Sometimes I'll post some of the plans in advance, but not all the time. But thank you for that. We'll mark that as a loss for now. And yeah, I'll have to put in a separate session on that too. See what we can do. But as you can see, we did make it pretty far. Seems like I actually skipped over a... Oh no, I didn't. That's the vine section that I'm seeing in the middle. So we actually managed to get through the main world. And there's not really anything after the subworld except for the final jump up to the flagpole, as you can see, because the pipe spits you right back out. And so it was just a matter of getting through the subworld, and we would have been pretty close to getting it right there. Apart from having gone too slowly, of course. So, I feel like I actually got reasonably close. But maybe there was some kind of ending surprise that I didn't know about. So, thank you very much for the patience of everybody waiting. Olive Sub-Zero, let's see what you have, if you are still here. And yeah, Aleph, I think you are still listed as being here, but you probably want to check in regardless. I'm likely to close the queue fairly soon, just so I can ensure I get through everybody who is already in. I will say I do try to avoid cutting off the stream before I am through people who are already in the queue, so if you are queued, don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah, Aleph actually sends me a fair number of trolls. And they tend to be pretty well tuned in terms of pacing, usually. And I'm just going to catch up on some chat messages in the meantime, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. This level is a level that exists, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, just catching up on messages while I was bouncing on all those spinies. I don't think I missed anything too critical. Apart from, yeah, Robbie had to go eat, so... Glad he enjoyed his stay over here. Always sort of interesting to see young players in particular get into the 2D series and into the 2D games. Because there's definitely a bit of a generational effect where there was a generation of players that I think didn't have much exposure to a lot of 2D platforming design while it was current, and then I feel like that generation has actually passed. Like, we're past that point now. But anyway, here's Underground Sewer's return, and it could be worse. It could be in Cleveland or Detroit. I don't know. Does Detroit have any anti-soft locks? You're not really confident about this one, so yeah, we'll give it a playtest, and that's part of what this stream is for, so we'll see what works and kind of take that approach. Okay, something's going to pop right away. Lava level is going to go up and down by one tile, it seems, or at least up by one tile. Interesting. This is going to spit something from below. It's going to be a mole. Okay. Goomba up there. Seems like we narrowly missed that. I'm going to check the pipe, of course. Nope. Looks like a bit of a trap up top. Mole is on the block. We can just avoid it. Okay. Don't think I needed it, but you never know. Interesting that that seems to be based on player position. I guess must be... Let me see where that might be spawning. It might be on a claw or something. Sort of interesting that the fish would be triggered like that. I'm kind of trying to figure out what's doing it. Yeah, I'm actually not clear on what the trigger point is for the fish there, for the Cheep Cheep, because I would have thought that from my vertical position earlier I would have seen it drop already. I guess horizontally is controlled in such a way that you're not in claw range yet when you're heading up to the spring the first time. That you would be in something like claw range here on this column. This totally looks like it's going to check it for disguised pipes and such. On-off switch feels like something is going to drop through the bricks. Let's see, 3 coins. Probably a scroll break eventually there. Probably something that reactivates on-off and traps you. Yep, thought so. It does show you where the scroll break is going to be, though. So what is the kill here? Is it just Firebar? And hey, Lupin Soup. So yeah. Is there anything that kills you here? Or is it actually just a early lock. I think it looks like an early lock. Okay. We haven't checked the pathway up top just yet. That might actually be useful, although there is going to be a minimum range on the bounce when I jump off the jump block like that, isn't there? So quite possibly I should be thinking about something that actually preserves the mole. The other thing too is this location here. Okay, no. Whoops. Yeah, actually, if I try to jump through the mushroom platform at a bit of an angle there to dodge the spike column, I wonder if that's doable. Like this, whoops. Okay. Okay, just got stumped. Down. It's pointing down, okay. Interesting. Down. Now, is there something that would be avoidable here? Maybe not. But let's keep that in mind. The down arrow with the spike might be something critical. Mole is still active. Let's just get rid of him until we know what he's for. Cheep cheep on a claw. Go. Whoa. Let's see. Remember that he's still alive. It's alive. Okay, so there's some kind of activation here that I should be cautious of. Yeah, double tap, okay. Okay, we had the right idea though, it's just double tap. And we'll grab coin 1 unless we see some indication that it should be skipped. Okay, let's think about this properly. Okay, get out of here. Yeah, I don't really see any point to keeping the mole, at least not yet. Whoops. Keep forgetting that he's to continue. Is the spring troll good or should you adjust it? Let me take a look at that timing again and I'll report that back to you. I'm not terribly surprised by it. I mean, you know, with trolls, every time you have a pipe entry, it feels like there's some kind of timing related thing you need to play around in, so it's not unprecedented. Okay. It's gonna be double tap. Yeah, at least I have a chance to get over it and through. So checkpoint on that side. Interesting that you have the springs over here. It looks like it's going to be some kind of proximity based activation. Or yeah, I guess eventually these come up, like if they're pushed up by something on conveyors. Okay. Looks like... No, they're sitting on top of on-off blocks. Okay, that's important. Yeah, I know you meant the spring in the red pipe. I think it's okay. It's going to catch players on a very specific timing. I don't know if I'm the best person to say what does or doesn't work in a troll level. I think sometimes you just have to watch the playtest and see what I run into. So yeah, there was a thwomp activation on an on-off switch up there. All I can really do is continue, except Try to bump this. Okay. Probably want to get through. Yeah, I was thinking I would probably have to run across here, but I was also thinking about this switch. Wonder if it's something where I'll have to tap this and then run back while the P-switch is still active. I mean, obviously we should check the blue pipe. Oh. There we go. Okay, not too fussy, thankfully. Okay, pretty understandable progression through this part at least. Whoops. Totally flubbed that jump for non-troll related reasons. Okay, down we go. Oh, just skipped that guy entirely without really thinking about it. Works for me. Forgot to put in a sound effect for falling into that one tile gap, yeah. Okay, so we don't want to run for it because the thwomp traps you. I feel like we didn't run into that previously. Okay, so it's just a right side block. Thwomp is going to activate... I'm just wondering if collecting that coin is going to be something that I need to think about here. Because it may be. Okay, let's get over this guy. Yeah, the thing about the trampoline troll here is that if you know it's coming, it's very easy to avoid 100% of the time, which I think is ideal when it comes to a troll level. Like, when you've figured out the puzzle element to an obstacle, you don't really want to lose to execution, right? I might be blind. I probably am, yes. I often feel that way when I am playing a troll, in terms of missing something extremely obvious. Okay. Oh, you know, the key door. Yeah. That's what the coin will be relevant to. Unless, of course, it's just a key. You can never quite tell with a troll level. Yep, thwomp activation here. Yeah, I guess the idea, though, if you go for the coin immediately, is that you would have a chance to grab the trampoline and hit the on-off switch and get back out. And that would allow you to get a coin, too. I'll think about that, and we'll just progress for the time being. So yeah, I do see how that's supposed to work, is that you can get trapped, and you can hopefully get back out, or you can do this. No, you can't, not really. Never mind. Never mind. Although I wonder if there's something that can be done using that, like, on-off plus coming back somehow. And some off-screen play at that point. I feel like the fact that you are allowed to reverse direction after hitting the on-off switch there is something we should remember as being potentially relevant. Not sure what my plan was there. No, I was thinking that, you know, since the on-off switch is before the one-way panel, then maybe there's something you could do with it. Okay. We'll punch this. Oh yeah, punch this. Sometimes I find a challenge with trolls is just remembering things I've done already. So yeah, just so people watching know, this is last call. I will be closing a queue at the end of the next attempt. Let's put in one more attempt at this I will be continuing to level, of course, but after my next death here, I will be closing the queue. So if you have... Oh, that was quick. That was unexpectedly quick. So never mind. Let me finish my sentence first. After this attempt, assuming we don't get sniped by the Goomba, I will be closing up the queue. Okay. That one did not count. No. Okay, back out, and... Oh, no, huh? I need to dash in faster, actually. But let's okay. Let's try to progress anyway. The 50 coin is totally a trap. Let's just try to run it in here. And yeah, we just need to go quickly, grab the third coin, and then I need to figure out what to do after I grab the third coin, because my landing zone is not clear to me yet from the initial read, but let's have this anyway, and then take a look. With the Cheep Cheep, the surprise isn't so much that it's dropping from the top. The surprise is that it bounces back up, which is, you know, standard game mechanic, but a standard game mechanic that, in the heat of the moment, can be easy to forget to plan around. And that's fine. I don't know what kind of changes I would recommend to it. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Trampoline's gonna come up. I don't want to take it with me. Except there's a vine climb here specifically to prevent that, isn't there? So... yeah. On-off switch. Ah, I see. I needed to go probably to the lower level where some additional blocks are spawning, and then loop back up. The piranha plant will be to my left, and the muncher will retract back into the pipe. And so it will be kind of a counterclockwise circuit to collect the coin and then go up. It's for the checkpoint. Oh, you know what? Yeah. No, I saw the checkpoint multiple times over, and I just never thought about it. Because I thought, okay, whatever, we'll just pass that thing. No, I totally saw the checkpoint, I just didn't think about getting it. I just forgotten about it at that point, and wrote it off as something that, you know, wouldn't be relevant yet. And that's the thing about checkpoints in a troll level, especially when they're placed in high vertical positions like that, is that you never know what kind of spawn manipulation is going on with them. That will make the level operate quite a bit differently than when you start from CP0. And yeah, Gross Boulay, I think that is very true, that when you are playing, and particularly when you're streaming and talking about it at the same time, that it is very easy to develop this tunnel vision where, you know, there are certain things that viewers can spot more easily because you can focus on parts of the level that are not Mario and not where I'm going. So with a lot of these levels, sometimes I feel like my eyes are in two places at once, kind of monitoring myself and also monitoring some kind of trickery that's going on the corner of the screen. And okay, there we go. I mean, sure, we can grab the checkpoint and see how that goes. I just forgotten about it completely. I guess, though, that the checkpoint is in the same vertical position as the pipe. And then with not much going on for this whole horizontal segment coming up here, that would kind of ensure that you get the same experience coming in from that location. I think there might be some other trick here I'm unaware of. But it's not like I'm saving a great deal of time with the checkpoint, though I say that, of course, as I die right after the checkpoint. I also completely forgot to close the queue, as I promised. I will, once again, anybody who is already in the queue, I will try to get to you and give you a play before I log off, so I don't cut you off prematurely. For the levels that are my selection, like if you're giving me a maker code, I might select some things that are on the easier side just in the interest of time, but we'll see depending on how long some of these levels take, because we do have this and we do have one more troll coming, so some of these might be longer than usual. Let me just make sure my title is marked as closed. And let me just put up the current list. And yeah, hey you will be next. I'm not finished with this level yet. I'm going to progress through it a little further to give Aleph a playtest, but thank you for signaling your presence. You will be next after this. And let me just make sure the bot is properly displaying the queue as closed, so it's not misleading. Yeah, we have a couple of things in queue today that are long. We have the troll levels, and we also have glitch level that we couldn't finish earlier. We'll see, though. Well, I'll try to get through everybody, as promised. And yeah, Aleph, I do know that your trolls tend to be on the shorter side. And I could see from the checkpoint placement already that the segments are pretty manageable by themselves. And... oh, you know what? Spawning from checkpoints... the thwomp isn't going to hit the switch. I see. So I don't want to spawn from checkpoint. I want to reset the on-off state. Except, oh no, I'd already collected 2 coins when I hit a checkpoint. Yeah, okay. No, I fluffed that. The checkpoint preserves 2 coins, and so I don't need to get into the middle slot. I just completely misunderstood it. Yeah. Sorry. Troll level checkpoint logic does that to me sometimes, where I always have in the back of my mind the possibility that the checkpoint is tricking me out using things like the on-off state manipulation. And so that kind of thing happens. That happens. But, oh, whoops, not fast enough. Let's redo that. Someone is trying to big brain a little too hard. I get that a lot. I do have a bit of experience doing that, shall we say. And so, troll and puzzle makers who come here, they know what kind of playtest they're in for. Okay, let's grab this. And forward. Okay. Get out of the way here. Drop this. Carefully preserve the fact that I have 2 coins saved up. That the on-off state that blocks the thwomp is okay. Totally forgot about the mecha. I just got lucky on that jump there. Oh, let's wait for the Koopa to respawn so I have enough time to kick it. Whoops. I feel like the fact that the poison went up by 1 slot is going to be relevant to how you have the end flag set up. Maybe I just need to stand still on that spot. Because Bone Shell is going to carve a path using the blocks. Why did I start over? Okay. That was... Whoops. And yeah, actually, Boule, you are actually absolutely right about that. That is an extremely satisfying playstyle. I've had some troll levels where I guessed the correct path from CP0 on my first attempt or second attempt and skipped the whole level. I have had that happen before, where I actually managed to reason my way into the path that was the intended path after skipping all of the clues. So that is fun when it happens. Doesn't always happen. In fact, it's pretty rare. But you're right that it is extremely satisfying. And yeah, I don't need to start over. It's just being a bit trigger happy about that. Also totally forgetting the mecha again. Even thinking about it. Okay, forgetting about this bounce here too, but the timing here is fairly forgiving, so no harm done. Okay. Yeah, looks like I have to... Maybe there's a safe spot on top of the 50 coin. I feel like that's implied. Why did I start over again? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, I sometimes... I was just talking about that too, and so that is how these levels play tricks on you. Yeah, sorry to people waiting in queue who have to deal with me needlessly restarting. And that burns an uncomfortable amount of time. And that is partly why I don't put levels on a hard timer, by the way, is that sometimes it's a bit unfair to the makers, I think, when they lose time on their levels because I make mistakes like that. And it happens very often. So, whoops. Oh, it got bounced, okay. Okay, well, we did not restart. We did not restart. I should actually take the death there. Okay. And on the left. Yeah, there we go. Okay, no, I saw the trampoline drop in the sink, so I should have known from that visual clue that there's nowhere to go at that point, but, oh, I see. Key death. Okay, no, that's... I wasn't restarting. I was losing all the keys because I grabbed the third coin. Oh, okay, okay. I see what's going on. No, I kept thinking that I was restarting, and I actually was not restarting on some of those attempts because I just looked in the corner and saw 0 keys. And, yeah, that's key death, that's why. Let's see more of the level anyway. Because if that's key death, then what I should be doing is just going straight here. And skipping all that. Okay, got a mole. I feel like I actually do want to break that, because it would give me access to the second block by the red pipe. Okay, you know what? Forget about the coins then. Let's just not deal with it. Okay. P switch, and then there's the thwomp there. Okay, yeah, so... Was that a permanent P switch? Let me pay a little more attention to that. because I was not actually paying attention to timing in terms of whether the music was looping, indicating a reactivation of the P-switch. Nope. Okay, no reactivation. Just a mole to deal with. So the P-switch is down. I go up. That's a trap. Okay. I suppose I just do a light jump over the thwomp. Let's take a look. Nope, let's not take a look. Okay. Mecha Koopa count equals yes. Yeah. That's correct. Mole's gonna spawn here. Trying to get out of the way. That did not go too well. I think that red pipe actually is potentially accessible, because if the spike ball drop breaks the bottom layer, then maybe you have access to a top layer that is inside that track box. And then we'll see if this is... Oh no, activated the mole again. Yeah, just need to not scroll the camera until the P-switch expires. Otherwise the moles will refresh a little too quickly. Nope. That's yes plus 1, if anybody's keeping track. And okay. Blow that thing right open. Get up here, wait for the P-switch to expire. And then, okay, the POW drop on the left does that for me. Okay. And that's just a bit of a timing gate. Vex. Vex. Feels like that is a safe location. I wasn't really reading that door properly, but we'll take a look. Okay. And let's not scroll up. Not scroll up. Stand back and wait for the thwomp to do its thing. And we'll just wait for the appropriate cycle. And then go right. Yeah, I see, because the track is meant to mislead you a little bit. Okay. Yeah, a bit of a claw check there. Come on. Huh, on-off activation, okay. Wonder what that's all about. Okay, we have a checkpoint. I feel like the checkpoint... I was reading that and thinking that that was maybe a trap and that I should have gone left. But that's progress. It's a substantial amount of progress, in fact. So, let's see what I can do with it. Whoops. I thought there was a trap, but the trap was thinking that there was a trap. Well, I mean, yes, it's going to be the case whenever you have, you know, any kind of troll level trial and error, is that either the intuitive thing is correct or it's not, and at some point you have to try them both, unless you just get very lucky. Thank you for the follow. Okay, we'll wait for the timer. And come here, wait for the thwomp to take care of itself. Take care of yourself. Okay, we'll just wait for the appropriate cycle. It's going to be a particular sequence here. Going to be bomb here, second bomb, and then we go left. So let's make a decision. Donut block pattern to the left or checkpoint to the right? I want to go left. Well, now we know. So yeah, going for the checkpoint is the right idea. Sometimes you just have to do those things to find out. And yeah, All Out Faye, sorry I couldn't get to yours. We'll hopefully be able to catch you on another stream. Oh, my mistake. Oh, here's a checkpoint. Does literally everything but touch the checkpoint. Well, I mean, yeah, you've definitely seen some roll levels here and there where dangling the checkpoint in the obvious location in front of you is meant to be as a piece of bait, right? So but that's also my playstyle generally, not just with troll levels, but I find that my approach to video games tends to be about instinctively defying instructions. In that if you tell me to do something, if you give me a waypoint, or if you give me some kind of instruction, even in a video game with regular video game logic, I will usually try to do everything else first. The example I like to bring up, actually, is that Breath of the Wild, which really rewards that playstyle, was a game where, you know how when you get off the tutorial plateau in Breath of the Wild, it gives you a quest to go to Kakariko and talk to Impa, and there you can begin your quest. And then, you know, that also unlocks things like the ancient lab and the camera and all that stuff that comes with doing that. You have to go really quickly. And probably go back. No, because the stump falls on you, so you can't go back. Okay. That's fine, we'll take the death. Yeah, so the Impa quest, that's the first thing after you leave the Great Plateau. I did that at, I think, 180 hours into the game. Ah ha ha, that's nice. I like that one. That's cute. Okay, that's a legitimately good one. That was actually very, very good. I guess we have to lose it anyway, but maybe if I held the shell, held the other shell, and then come through here. Yeah, that's fine, because it's just meant to bounce you if you're going too fast. Fire Flower and Thwomp. Interesting. Ah. But then if you... Yeah, if you stand on one side, grab one flower, then grab the other flower, and then fire. However, if you are too high, I think maybe the issue is that if the Thwomp is on the upper position, it'll probably trap you there with some kind of on-off trigger, right? So, you want to grab one flower, grab the other flower, load us up. type. Look at that. We should just go straight for it. Okay, guess not. Start over. And why would I? Wait. Pretend it's a CP1. Pretend what's a CP1? Pretend it's a CP1. How much longer am I streaming? 1 came in, I'll probably be going for another hour and a half, maybe? Well, it depends on the queue. I do want to get through everybody that's in the queue, and we do have some harder levels coming up. Pretend it's a CP1. Can I die here? Let me just check. Pretend it's... Oh, that's not a letter A. That just blows up. Okay. Wait. Let's... What was the thing obstructing me from the goal, though, at the end? Let me see. Pretend a trap is a CP1 setup. I'll see if I understand that in terms of memory, but... Okay. Pretend it's a CP1. CP1 just dropped me down... Wait, let me think about that. CP1 just dropped me, though. Start over. Oh, you know what? Because I can avoid the pink coins and the key depth, and maybe there's something relevant there. No, why would I? Like, I know from the blue blocks there that there's no visible block there, so I guess the whole pretend it's CP1 and start over thing, I don't know what that's about. I don't quite understand what you were trying to mislead me into there, I guess. Funny text, not hints. Yeah, probably. Because the goal is very clearly accessible at that point, so... Anyway, thank you for that, Alice Sub-Zero, and thank you to the patience of everybody in the queue who is still waiting. And... yeah, so to go back to what I was saying, Abule, by the time I talked to Impa in the game, I had already cleared all of the Divine Beasts, and even the Divine Beasts I set way back until 100-something hours. It took me a long time to actually do them, and then I got to see the little interaction with Impa when you talk to her for the first time after having completed the entirety of the mission, short of defeating Ganon. But, you know, I naturally play games like that, and that was why something like Breath of the Wild was kind of uniquely rewarding to my playstyle, and that's also why troll levels are maybe a bit of an interesting playtesting experience. Let me see how we're doing for the queue. Hey, U-Maker, thank you for sticking around and for the GG. Let's bring up your code, which is going to be ATG. Yeah, to the people remaining in queue, I will try to make sure everybody gets seen, but do pardon me if I can't be as generous with my time per level. Simply because I am going to be winding down with everybody who is remaining. So, chocolate. Okay. What kind of chocolate? Let's find out. Okay. Looks much more chocolatey than the original Choco Island in Super Mario World, which was mostly just in desert, but browner. Oh, I was hoping to get the wall jump up there, but a wind set me off just a little bit. Can I do it? Can I do it? Off the lip of this one ground tile here. I feel like I can do it if I come in with a bit of a different jump. I'd forgotten how much differently triple jump worked as originally presented in Mario 64 until I returned to 64 for a bit last week. In terms of, you know, not really needing much of a wind-up dash to get into the triple jump in that game. Whereas with its 2D representation, you really didn't need that. Although the thing that surprised me most about 64, you know, when returning to it for the first time in ages, is how different the wall jumps were, in that I'd forgotten that the wall kick mechanic was on a separate kick button in 64, whereas it was only starting in Sunshine and in NSMB that the Mario wall jump starts to operate the modern way. And I'd totally forgotten about that, and I think in some ways Sunshine in its own time didn't get nearly enough credit for things like that. I do want to see where the Thwomp is going to punch, so let's explore that. A squirrel suit level in his windy theme, yeah. I feel like I have seen that, but that it would be, of course, something that Rybones, I'm sure you could make very much uniquely yours. I just want to see what's down here. Might be nothing. Might just be a Thwomp coming in and sniping me. Yeah, it's nothing. I should have known that, in fact, from the camera position, if I were studying that properly. But given that this level clearly spawns you in a fairly high position, I wasn't quite sure that we were at the lowest extent. But yeah, I probably should have understood that from the camera, not scrolling further down when I'm in these low positions here. Anyway, worth a try. And Redox, you're going to request number 106. We'll do that as soon as I have finished this attempt. And remind me if I forget. But thank you for redeeming that. Actually, the first one today. Okay. Okay. Big Thwomp's going to cut very cleanly through the cream on your chocolate cake. Yeah, I guess you have dark chocolate and milk chocolate and kinds of chocolate. Swiss chocolate and Belgian chocolate. I guess the clouds are just cream. I actually do kind of enjoy this mechanic here, with the clouds kind of being all foamy. Now this we remember, of course, from the Warutso bone shell level. Oh, whoops. Totally missed a bonus coin there. Could have jumped up and left the shell to do that, but coming back down would have been maybe a bit damaging. Okay, so... yeah, I missed something here. Ah, yes. Okay. I think I do have to leave it at this point. And here we are. And yeah, Gros Boulet, the theming is quite nice. Also enjoy some of these wider, faster segments where you're gaining a ton of momentum off the wind. The constant wind that is only in the new Super rendition of this style. Ah, I see. It was a race and I'm going too slowly. I should have known it was a race from the boss music and from watching the track set up carefully. And it says race, okay. I totally did not read part where it said race. I see. The wall jump is actually throwing off... Rather, the desert wind is throwing off my wall jump slightly, and that's why I'm missing the first jump there. But I'll see if I can get anywhere close. Probably not. Wiggler is a bit ahead of me. Oh, need to bounce on this guy. Yep. Actually, a fair bit of leeway to me making mistakes here. And that I was making a ton of mistakes, and yet I was fairly close to where I needed to be. I guess having a race makes a lot of sense when chocolate is on the line. There we go. That's a yay. Yeah, kind of neat. Wasn't expecting a racing segment here, but...
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Where there's chocolate, there's desperation. Okay, so Redox, we are going to redeem your reward request for number 106. Before we go on to the next level, let me just first of all mark that as a win. Pull up the appropriate text. Okay, number 106. I don't think this has been pulled up before. And like I often say for a lot of the Shakespearean sonnets, a lot of them are shockingly appropriate to playing Mario Maker. Let me just bring up the reading screen before I pull up the next code from Glitch. Lupin Snoop, I'll answer that in just a moment. Let me do the reward first. Number 106. When in the chronicle of wasted time I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights, then in the blazon of sweet beauty's best, of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this, our time, all you prefiguring, and for they looked but with divining eyes, they had not still enough your worth to sing. For we which now behold these present days have eyes to wonder, but lack tongues to praise. So yeah, that was Shakespeare clicking like on a level. To answer your question, Lupin Snoop, if I were to find myself in a Little Timmy level and then I came across a CP, would that break the immersion? Are you asking me that because you are trying to make something for the garbage account? Because I don't know that immersion is necessarily the first thing on my mind. Asking for a friend, well, Loop, since you are so well acquainted with Little Timmy, tell Timmy that if it's something that is likely to make the level 24 minutes long, and if it is particularly refreshing, Little Timmy can go right ahead. I guess you would need a CP to do that. So let's pull up Glitch. If Glitch, you are still here, we'll be returning to the level in the super world that we could not beat earlier. And we'll hopefully get that down without too much trouble. I do see Glitch listed in chat, but you might want to check in regardless, since we do have a bit of a list to get through. But yeah, let's just punch that in. And if Glitch has actually stepped out, then we'll not spend too many attempts on it. But we solved everything up to checkpoint 1 earlier, so hopefully that will expedite this just a bit. Ah, okay, you're AFK, that's fine. Yeah, Luke, too bad my queue is closed, otherwise you would be sending me the Friends prototype. Yeah, hopefully you can catch me next time. It's just that at this point, given the expected length of some of these levels, I think it's going to push me way over. But I did see that on the main account you had a few new things going on as well, so maybe I can pull some of those into the catch-up stream. But let's return to number 11 out of 12 in Glitch World, or in Gunhead World. See how we do with a bank of 40. Hogwarts Pearl. Yeah, once again, earlier on had to learn a lot of the mechanical interactions that were specific to having the cat suit and the cannon box. Some of which took a bit of work for me to figure out, but I think the element of the first segment up to CP1 in terms of knowing what to do has all been solved by now, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay. And of course, remembering to occasionally use the cannon box to get rid of some of the get rid of some of the spike balls, rather, is rather important. Okay, so here's going to be a crouch walk segment where I need to circle around and fire in order to clear space. Okay, here we go. There we go. First try. Now, some things here are occasionally timer dependent. That was just an inaccuracy. Okay, fine. Let me just take the death and respawn at CP quickly, because I do know there's an on-off gate ahead that I can't really pass. You don't know if Rybones is acquainted with Luke and Garbo? Yeah. Yeah, I really do enjoy the 3D World rendition of the SMB2 bonus music. I was quite happy with it. I was quite happy that they decided to use the SMB2 bonus as the 3D World equivalent. I have to remember if that was the case in 3D World proper as well. I mean, 3D World has just such an amazing soundtrack, and I actually don't remember if it brought back the SMP2 slot machine theme specifically. I think it did. I think it must have. But if you were to quiz me on that off the top of my head, I would not be able to say with absolute confidence. But given just how much retro content was in 3D World, like 3D World was in many ways kind of this summation of a game that did so much with elements of the Mario series that had not been seen in some time. Oh, too late. Okay. Yeah, that's just a speed challenge. It's very obviously a speed challenge. Yeah, that's right, one came in, because the slot machine was also in 3D World. Now that you remind me of that, yeah. Yeah, 3D World is such a huge game that I'd forgotten that it had brought back the slots and not just the most conspicuous SMB2 element in the game, which is, of course, the character powers, and bringing back things like the float for Peach and the high jump for Luigi. And here we go. Yeah, really looking forward to 3D World making a comeback. It's one of those games that deserved a much larger audience. And also one of those games like Tropical Freeze where I think I saw a lot of complaints and a lot of grumbling back when it was announced. And
Oh no!
at the same time, when the game actually came out, it was not only fantastic, one of those whose reputation has grown with time. I think both 3D World and Tropical Freeze kind of fell into that category of people gradually realizing the further away they were from the conversation about Nintendo circa 2013, 2014, just how good these games actually were. And so it'll be a lot of fun to have that back. And yeah, Art Pop, sorry, came in a little bit late for my queue today, but
Oh no!
we are kind of overflowing. Yeah, usually I'd say that, you know, if we're through some easy levels and we have time remaining, I'll reopen, but today that's not going to happen, and I don't want to give you any false hope. But thanks for dropping by anyway. Hopefully I'll be able to catch you on one of the other streams. I haven't been running viewer levels in the late session in quite a few weeks now, and I'm hoping to bring that back. Because I conventionally run at 2 different times, by North American terms, an afternoon session and a late session. And the late session hasn't seen viewer levels for quite a few weeks, and I know that the audience that is a better fit for that time has kind of fallen between the cracks lately.
Oh no!
Yeah, Gross Boulay, my first run through 3D World was actually 100% in co-op. We did absolutely everything in co-op, including Champions Road. And so my first experience with everything in the game, except for the Captain Toad levels, which were obviously solo only, was entirely co-op only. Go to the swamp on the right to reset quicker? Yeah. But yeah, 3D World is an absolute blast in co-op. I do think that Champions Road in co-op with a good partner is one of the best co-op experiences I can remember in any game. And, you know, ever since I saw the design of the Switch in terms of having Joy-Cons giving you co-op right out of the box, I was thinking 3D World absolutely has to happen on this system. And finally it is. Okay, we can just do a tap shot here. There we go. Much better. No need to charge up every shot in that location. Okay, here we can afford to be a bit careful, I think. Except we do need to ultimately bounce or fire at some of these guys, don't we? Oh, no. Okay. Wanted to fire and I just had my timing totally off. We need to go up, but I need to go up by the cat climb. And I need to probably shoot the creeper a few times to move up there. Rybones, you managed to do it in 4-player mode. Wonderful. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the online functionality is. I don't know if they're just doing the co-op mode but in online, and I have my doubts about Nintendo's network code, to be honest, given my experience with games like Smash and Maker 2. I mean, online was, with my experience, was very, very smooth in games like Splatoon 2 and Mario Kart. Like, the netcode was really good for those, but I don't know if 3D World's style of co-op actually permits that, given that some of the movements of the players are pretty interdependent when it comes to colliding with each other. So I kind of have my doubts that the multiplayer will be good, but okay, so I probably want to fall in somehow. Yeah, no, it gives you too much of a bounce if you fall into any of these guys. And anyway, the thwomp is just a kill zone. Okay. Maybe shoot the middle one until it's out of the way. Yeah, I feel like one thing I'm not using here, which the world has trained me to do over multiple levels, is take advantage of the fact that the cannon shot has a bit of a blast zone that I don't need to fire directly into the head of something, I can just fire next to it. And I feel like that's maybe a necessary technique to get through the creeper segment that we're seeing now. Okay, we'll get through here. Okay, here we are. Okay. Yeah, maybe get rid of these guys, like this. Oh, I see. Blue pipe is what we want, so... There we go. Oops. Yeah. Okay, kind of an interesting segment when you play through it properly. Yeah, that was actually really neat. Okay, so that's going to be through here. I don't know what this left side is telling me. It's almost like I need something with a cat climb. Like, this looks like a very obvious death spot. But that's kind of puzzling. Unless there are invisible blocks there, but... Ah, here's the boss segment of sorts. I've already lost a hat, but let me see if I can map out what's going on here, just so I know what's happening. So we have the bomb, and we have a series of on-off interactions that do what? Yeah, fire on the on-off switch, fire on the on-off switch, and right, because the blaster is going to release something. The blaster is going to release something that then ignites the bomb, probably a Podoboo. I'm thinking, because the Podoboo is going to bounce back and forth, and then I need to not kill it with any of the on-off switches. Ah, okay, so it's just a soft lock protection that you have there with the left side. Yeah, that's right. Okay, no, we need to travel to the left for the first on-off activation. Okay. Nope, too far to the left. It's okay. I thought I could just drop down gently there to skip bullets, but I needed to hug the wall a little bit closer. Whoops, no, lost that right away. Okay. No. Right in the face every time. Luckily, we're not in danger of resetting the checkpoint yet, given that I have 26 lives remaining. Yeah. I did not get nearly as blocked for this stuff as I did in the first segment, so we'll just descend gently and carefully. The timing works well for that as long as I don't bump my head. Okay, now we get a little spot to stand on. And also something that would have spawned probably fire. Ah, no, the blaster just drops over the conveyor, I see. Oops, okay. Yeah, I see how this works now. You move the blaster falls, and you said that in chat as well, yeah. Yeah. That's actually very clear, given the way that I was sitting on top of the conveyor. I was not really reading that properly. Rather, I was not reading the conveyor belt at all, in fact. In spite of the fact that the blaster drop on the bomb is something that Glitch has been using as a lock mechanism in a lot of this series. Okay. Not too many shots, thankfully. Unless there are any unwelcome surprises. Oh, whoops. Got trapped. Okay, no, I feel like this is easy to figure out. It's not too much of a struggle, and there aren't too many shots required, which is good. Because I did find that some of the bosses in the earlier levels in this series did have a few segments where the on-off alternation required a lot of hits, but this one, I think it's just 4 shots. Yeah, 4 shots. Whoops. Okay. That's fine, we can do it. This is the 4th version of the boss fight, and you've changed it so many times. I think it's fine. Everything apart from the first shot here when I spawn in is pretty manageable, and it's clearly my fault. The first shot here, when you spawn in, is in a bit of a weird position, I would say. But it's also something that I'm not sure how easy it is to avoid doing that with the kind of fight that you have set up here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just slipped. But yeah, I just need to not jump directly into it when I spawn in, and I should be okay. Okay. No. Oh. Yeah, sometimes just missing the input too. Regrab. Cannon shots kill bullet bills. Yeah, I find that jumping off the fence to fire the shot sometimes causes more trouble than it's worth, though. But yeah, they should deflect. It's just that sometimes, you know, the timing doesn't work out very well. That was a very narrow save there. But you're right that I am, in these levels, generally underusing the cannon shot for a lot of situations where they would be useful, like that one right there, if I'm just trying to defend myself. But the fact that you have to jump off the fence in order to fire the shot does create a little more complication than I would like. But it's true that catsuit plus cannon box is something in general that I don't see much of, and so it is a learning experience. Okay, that was, for something that was an accident, surprisingly effective. I did not mean to ground pound there, I was just trying to climb down on a fence. Okay, let's wait for this cycle. Yeah, not getting trapped on the top is really the main thing I need to watch out for here. Oh. And then not jumping too high into the shot itself. But yeah, waiting one cycle here solves that problem, and it's a bit of a tight corner coming left to right, but as you can see, I can do it. I don't know if the beat blocks are actually doing that much. Whoa. Okay. Narrow escape there. I've got the catsuit, I could have just climbed that. Although with the cannon hat, maybe I couldn't. Anyway, that's a win. So yeah, Glitch, we'll save level 12 out of 12 for next time. We'll obviously not get to it today. But almost finished with the series. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to run more viewer streams. I keep saying that week to week that I want to go back to doing more viewer streams per week, but complications have kept coming up, so... Thank you once again for returning, and we will pull up the next level. Document, thank you for waiting so patiently. You've been here forever and ever, waiting to be played. Always appreciate your attendance. Let's see if we take an hour long on this one. And yeah, Document, I'm actually... Oh, I played Buzzy Stampede, okay. I can play one of the newer ones, though, because I know I'm like 2 uploads behind with your newer ones. And yeah, Buzzy Stampede actually did not take me too long. But I knew that I was behind in these 2. I played it on... I think it was my warm-up level for one of the viewer streams from previous weeks, but I can see if I can dig it up for you, and I can find the VOD link, but... let's play the other Buzzy level, actually. I've never seen this one, and it's from the Document Classics collection, so... We'll try the Uber service. Yeah, Document, I don't remember exactly when I played it. It might have been even in one of the pre-4YMM streams, but I know I definitely streamed it, so I'll see if I can find it for you. It was fairly recently, too, given how recent the level itself was. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Get on top. Yeah, pretty gentle so far in terms of giving me room to correct some mistakes here and there. Looks like a bit of a turnaround here. Oh, I see. This guy. Let's wait for him to whip around. Oh, I see, because he follows me on the cloud, and the cloud is just dependent on camera positioning. I think I've lost access to the other guy to the right, though, so let's see if I can spawn him in again, perhaps. Yeah, because I have to go right, down, and yeah, now the right side spawns in, but now the right side is off screen. There we go, there we go.
Oh no!
Yep. I figured that the coin drop on the right segment was probably the spawn point for him, so
Oh no!
that was recoverable. Recoverable with slightly better play. And yeah, that's what the bell ringing does, is it calls to Uber. So yeah, that's the summoning point. That's how to think about that. Summon. And thanks for the lift. Whoops.
Oh
Or rather, thanks for the Uber. Yeah, it is very cute. And oops. Okay. Up we go. Ring the bell. Ring the other bell. Yeah, nice to have clearly marked spawn points that way. That also add to the flavor of the level. I'm coming! I'm coming! Here we go. Okay. I can ride this one out patiently until I'm ready to make the small jump here. And yeah, we'll just go. Yeah, it is spawn dependent as you say, but whoops. And yeah, here we're riding the thwomps rather than clouds, so it's going to act a little bit differently. But it looks like lowering the munchers one by one is what we are going for here. And yeah, you can kind of see it with the muncher resting all the way on the left side of that thwomp. That's doing some things here, but obviously I should be going just directly. Oh. Ah, okay, so the Magic Koopa was mostly a warning for the other Magic Koopa. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, ringing the bell is a really nice touch, given that the whole concept of this level depends on the clarity of having the spawns behave as well as you can. I mean, you know, as you were saying,
Oh no!
depending on how the player decides to scroll through the level, there are going to be a few minor variations here in terms of the activation timings and when they happen relative to each other, but everything so far that has had a potential inconsistency that I can see has actually been pretty salvageable. It's always something you can play around, so except now that was off screen, and so I lost access to the POW killing the lowest muncher. Okay. That's fine, we'll redo that. Yeah, that was just an issue of the muncher being off screen. I see exactly what happened. We'll just wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. And yeah, you can see it's sitting a little more comfortably on that thwomp too, whereas it was teetering off the edge previously.
Oh.
I have to not miss the jump off the Buzzy, of course.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're just sliding off a bit. Whoops.
Oh no.
I try to make these little adjustments every now and then, and while you're sitting on top of a moving target, that maybe isn't the best idea. Anyway, let's get back in here. Dodge the fire. Whoops, no. That was salvageable with a wall jump, but that was not what I expected to happen in the first place, so that took a little bit of adjustment, but let's see what I can do. Let's try to raise the Piranha shot a bit, perhaps. And look at that. Buzzy is going to be much further over on the thwomp. That actually works a bit better. Yeah, when it's sitting on the left tip of the thwomp, maybe it's too far left to be comfortable, but... Ring the bell. Hijack this. Whoops. No, I was hijacking this.
Oh.
Don't run away. Buzzy taxi service fleeing in terror as I kick out its existing customer. That was pretty much my limited experience with the GTA series. I played a bit of Vice City back in the day, and I spent most of the time just doing the taxi cab driving and pizza delivery. Didn't like the actual mission content. But then driving the taxi and the pizza bike and all that, that was fantastic. And that's pretty much the last time I played GTA. But, whoops.
Oh no.
The most unfriendly rideshare, pretty much. Well, hey, I booked this fair and square. It even says so on my app. Don't know what this Magic Koopa is doing here. I'd never approved that. Okay, once again, ending up a little bit far on the left side. I need to think about how that momentum is... Yeah, because the thwomp continues to move while the Buzzy and the Muncher drop. And so depending on whether the thwomp is going left or right, the Buzzy momentum is going to affect the drop placement. So the idea, I think, is that I want to do the drop when the Buzzy is going right to left. When the Buzzy is going right to left, I'll get a more favorable drop position because the thwomp is moving underneath it. And it ends up further to the right. And whoa, that was unexpected. I don't know if that was intended. That was a little bit strange, though. Okay. Now we're in a pretty decent position. As far as this delivery goes, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can understand what's going on here, because I feel like I was supposed to drop into the cloud. And that it didn't happen, yeah. Okay, so that was a little bit weird. But that's okay, we made it. Whoops. Just poor adjustment over there. Yeah, because the Muncher timing, since the thwomp is moving... yeah. Trying to move it too far to the right now. So I basically want to tap it when it is kind of in a stopped position, so it's as central as possible. But yeah, now it's in a decent position. Thinking I'd be clever with manipulating the drop location, and I was just much too ambitious with the next one here. Okay, let's summon this guy. Okay, whoa, yeah, that's getting a bit risky. Okay.
Oh no!
And almost there. Almost. Getting close. And yeah. Yeah, it's just that little bit of variation coming from how the muncher drops are always going to go straight down on top of a moving surface. That's the main thing to work around here as the player. And given the way the POW setup is working, I don't know if there's a good way to mitigate that. Okay, let's try to get this dead center somehow. Or correct it. Yeah, it feels like there's a fair bit of room for error correction, at least when it comes to the one that's sitting on top of the first thwomp here.
Oh no!
Over the top of the one that's sitting on top of the cloud later, I think maybe the
Oh no!
ordering of the big and small munchers might have a pretty dramatic effect on how safe the drop zone is. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of need to do a bit of a center correction when I drop one stack too close to the edge. Don't really have the opportunity to make that correction with the
Oh no!
next Buzzy stack that's over top of the cloud, but we'll see. This is a playtest for a reason. And it's a good concept, it's just that I am discovering the ways in which it's, in some ways, very player dependent. Yeah, the drop that happens on top of the cloud does come out of nowhere if you're doing it wrong. I can definitely see some people being confused by that if they run into it by accident, but we'll try to fix it up.
Oh no!
Okay, that was correct. It's just that my momentum coming out of the POW hit was wrong. But the drop itself was actually on target. I think part of the issue with the cloud one is that the cloud itself is hidden, and so I can't quite see what placement to aim for. And I know that part of it is that you do want to disguise it in that it is meant to be sort of a semi-hidden mechanic
Oh no!
when it comes to how the Buzzy Tower is actually sitting, but I'll see if I can figure out a good, reliable timing for the drop on a cloud and see if we can do anything to make that feel a little bit better in the way that manipulating the drop here has definitely solved some problems. Okay, summon. Get over here. Whoa, cutting it close. Okay. Yeah, because it's on a cloud, and so I should not expect it to have the regularity of something like a conveyor. I wonder, for players who do not spend a lot of time in the editor, how well known it is that the cloud is camera dependent and is not something that is, you know, random when it comes to acceleration. That it is something that can be controlled if you understand what's going on. But even from playing around in Cloud in the editor, it's one thing that's not necessarily intuitive to players, I think, simply because there aren't a lot of things in the game that snap to camera quite like that. Although I do find the clouds a lot of fun to play around when it comes to mechanics like these, just because they are so scarcely used for things that feel like a very reliable design. And so Okay, no need to worry about the POWs here, but we'll need to... The Wiggler bounces down.
Oh no!
And we are past checkpoints. And yeah, it's very easy, Loop, as you were saying, that you can lose a sense of control and feel like it's totally out of your control if you are not thinking about it systematically, and that it's very easy to panic when you're playing with Cloud, simply because you're moving the camera as you scroll, and then the camera is tugging the Cloud, and it can look like it's whipping towards you very suddenly. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm just figuring out what the wall jump after that will be. I have to read what's going on with, of course, avoiding the one-way panels as well, but that's clearly the next jump and a wall jump up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, fairly clear once I understood where the next wall jump after the Wiggler was going to be. Wall jump location is pretty clearly marked there. I was just a little bit slow getting onto that coin spot. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, and Loop, I think it's that way with the Moon and the Angry Sun as well, that, you know, if you put them in the context of an auto-scroller where the timing is just going to be locked anyway, you don't notice it so much. But when you are not in an auto-scroll context and you have a lot of players feeling like they're yanking the elements around, then to players who don't understand what's going on and aren't really thinking about it as something controllable, it's something they can get frustrated with quite quickly, I think. But we'll see. I mean, obviously here we have everything scroll locked left and right, so not so much of an issue with these setups. On switch there. Look at that stack once again. Definitely teetering right along the edge. And yeah. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, Phanto, I feel like, is an element that I have not seen enough of yet in terms of understanding
Oh no!
what can be done with Phanto usefully, since Phanto mainly just kind of hits you and doesn't really interact with anything the way that the sun would light up bombs or the moon would, well, blow up everything, I guess. Yeah, I feel like Phanto is one of those elements where I haven't seen too many concepts yet where it's used well. And I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential there. Whoops.
Oh no!
They do have to hit the on-off. I mean, if I miss the on-off, I can get back on the ledge where I summoned the trampoline taxi, but... Okay, I'll jump. Feels pretty comfortable here once you know what to do. Comfortable timing there if you go fast and go right away. Yeah, now here's the big jump, and I need to fall towards the right and really take into account that turnaround there. Let me ban the spam. That is quite a mob coming in. Yeah, I don't know why my filter isn't catching that, because I did filter stuff like that. Sorry, just need to pick a few of these. Yeah, I haven't been mobbed that hard in quite some time. Should probably actually get some people on mod duty at some point, but this is a loop. That is what is known as a troll. Let's see if I can try to. Oh no, I didn't mean to time loop out for 600 seconds. How do I undo that? I was just going to like time you out for 30 seconds or something, but then it kicked you for 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry about that loop. How do I? Yeah, untime out. There we go. Just trying to hit the timeout switch, and someone is looking forward to getting banned by accident. Yeah, that did happen. But... well, if you play with fire, apparently you get lots of followers, so...
Oh no!
Rybones, that is an excellent emote for the occasion. Very well chosen. Whoops.
Oh no!
Play with fire, get followers? I don't know, I feel like encouraging that kind of behavior would make people actively try it. I feel like my approach here is, you know, I'll do the content that I want to do. And if people aren't the viewers that would appreciate that, it's not like they would have stayed anyway. Oh, I see what's going on with the on-off switch is that the state block that is immediately to the right of the on-off switch enforces that you initially fall a bit vertically. And that's why I keep missing the drop. Oops.
Oh no!
But yeah, I'll have to take a look at my ban list afterwards and make sure I'm filtering that properly, because lately my spam filtering has not been on point. Okay, I'm too late, actually. The earlier I am, the more comfortably I will fall back onto the trampolines. And yeah, I was wondering why falling out of the on-off was that strange, but that's because I wasn't accounting for the block on the right that enforces your falling direction. But it's very clear to me that the way to fix that is to go earlier from the trampolines. And just aim for that on-off right away. Okay, here we go. I don't think it needs more indicators, to be honest. I feel like indicators are not going to be the thing that does anything for the bits of this level that have some variance and issues with reliability, because they are very much about timing, right? I mean, you can put an indicator under the POWs all you want, but it's not going to tell you the timing or when the POW drops should happen to center the objects or the muncher drops, right? Like, it's not going to tell you anything. So it's better to just leave it clean and to, you know, limit indications to the interactive elements and also the drop locations like that coin where I just died and where the indicator was still good even though I died to slipping off of that spot just slightly. And loop. Oh, you completed that. Okay, well, better clear check it, or better tell your friend to clear check it with that checkpoint that we were talking about. Okay, got it. Summon. And then out. Okay. Kind of winging it at the end there, but let's not die here.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
And yeah. There are definitely some things where if I'm thinking about the level on the fly, I momentarily forget that, you know, you're supporting everything with clouds and that objects that have been spawned in are going to swing back. Also, Gilmore there with the record. I recognize Gilmore's records pretty much everywhere I go. He is all over the place. 2 minute 43. I wonder how far ahead of the... Oh, he's nowhere near the clear check time, actually. So maybe Gilmore will have to defend that at some point. And yeah, Loop, we did have a spot in the first part of this level, as you may recall, where I did have a despawn, but the respawn point was pretty simple to figure out, so... Yeah, simply because with the clouds, the way they swing back and forth, it is possible to outrun. You have to be quite quick when they're swinging the opposite direction. But anyway, thank you very much for that one, Document, even if it was not the original submission. I'll see if I can dig up the Buzzy Stampede video for you. And thank you to the patience of everybody waiting for so long, as always. Starting with Rybones, who has been here pretty much all day. And yeah, Document, very enjoyable. That was a very cute level. I mean, even the little bits of things that seemed unreliable were fundamentally solvable in terms of, you know, being able to play around them and figure out adjustments on the fly to bring them within my control, and I think that's important. I guess not everybody will necessarily do that and think about them that way and figure them out as spots that can be repaired by the player. But the fact that I was able to do that consistently is, or at least somewhat consistently, with that one drop that was sending me right down through the cloud, that's something that, you know, speaks well of the level in general. So this is going to be Maker Choice, I guess. Yeah, Rybones, I won't be continuing with the Super World right now since we are doing that as part of our weekend feature. But I can dig through your list and find something a little older, if that's okay. So I hope this was not a world submission, because we're late enough in the stream that I'd rather do it as a chunk. But yeah, we can do one of the older ones. We can just go down the list, unless you have a specific recommendation. Yeah, let's just do Deadfall Desert. I guess it's the first one on the list that I have not played. A dehydrated dungeon full of dangerous deadfalls piques Luigi's interest. Anything after Cumulus Climb? Yeah, we'll just do this one. Your friend needs someone he can trust to playtest his totally fair and fantastic level. Well, tell your friend, Loopin' Snoop, that we'll hopefully be able to catch them on another stream, perhaps on Garbage Day. we only have Boulet's true level after this one, so okay, we'll be able to make good time, I hope. Of course, we're going to be totally reckless and go for this, given that it's at the very start. Nope. Failure. It does train you on the later jumps, though, so I guess we should have figured that out to begin with. Okay. When it's on a low position, that's when I want to jump. Okay. Like that. Interesting one-way panels there. Really making you commit in some ways. Okay, so we need to do some consecutive jumps here. At least I think so. Yeah, the trampoline in that next segment, I can just jump on it repeatedly for safety, I think. Okay, finally. Okay. Yeah, pretty generous amount of room on that one, actually. This one will fall in when it's a little bit lower. Caravan Palace. I don't think I know what that is, actually. Whoops. Okay, I've proven before that I can grab the 50 coin. I should probably just skip it. Okay. Definitely not going for any speed records here, but that's alright. Yeah, kind of a weird angle there. I just need to not run into the one-way panels. I am free to jump into that, I think, instead of just falling, but I'll figure it out. Okay, going to have a drop there. And I actually want it nice and high, I think, as long as I don't run into the one-way panel. No, not like that. I don't want to jump, actually. I do want to fall directly in. But I want the spike position to be decently high. No, a little too ambitious there. Electro Swing Band. I should look into that. That sounds like the kind of thing I would find appealing, though. Okay. I don't really know much about Electro Swing, but I do know Swing. Okay. I need to fall in a little further to the right, and that's going to require some repositioning. I'm going a bit late, actually, with the way I'm being bumped up into the one-way panel. I did it smoothly the first time, but I did it so smoothly the first time that I did not actually work out a method for it. That was correct, except I let up a little bit on the bounce. Yeah, Tempest Funk, the thing about the one-way panels is that they are one of those things where when you see obstacles like that, they play tricks on you psychologically as well, and so I certainly have a tendency to overcorrect. That's... We'll see, we'll see. It's just that I need to figure out a position that's going to work like that. Here we go. Okay, I just need to fall in gently. I can definitely see, Rybones, the similarity between this and the water level that's in the Super World, in fact. That might seem like a strange comparison, but I think that in terms of, you know, dropping into those very specific locations is actually quite similar. Even though we're not doing this underwater, obviously. Kind of a similar structure to dropping into the 2-column wide columns, 2-block wide columns. Here we go. Okay. Now, what did I miss? Oh, wait a minute. Was I not supposed to hit the on-off switch then? Or, oh no, I need to go back. Yeah, because I needed to release the trampolines to begin with. Now I go back. There we go. Understand it. Woohoo. That's a checkpoint. Probably didn't need to go for that, given that the 30 coin was also available. Don't need to jump constantly here either. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, Tempest Fun, clearly the popular tab needs a sort function for very complicated escape rooms. You know, I find that I'm always on the hunt for things like puzzle designs, and I follow some really good makers that are good at that specifically. But those are really kind of hard to pick out with something like the puzzle tag. And I mean, the thing about this type of level is that it's not really a type necessarily in terms of this style of platforming. I don't really know what to call it, except they are clearly things that make use of the traditional Mario moveset and have that very similar range of flexibility when it comes to the tuning of the jumps themselves. But, you know, in that they feel very distinct from something like a Kaizo experience. Okay. And yeah, Tempest, I was thinking that about the on-off switch as well, that you don't want the springs, when the player is able to control the camera, to drop inconsistently such that they are not going to be in sync from scrolling in one column before you scroll in the other column. And so having the on-off switch enforce that is actually a very clever solution. Okay, here we go. Interesting. We should go low on this. Wait until this guy starts out. There we go. Interesting. That was pretty satisfying to puzzle out. We'll have to, okay, just scroll down gently to see what's going on with the camera. And also, yeah, the springs are going to drop as soon as I hit the on-off switch, so I want to probably come in from this side. Yep. And down to pipe. Okay, let's try to make it to that checkpoint. That will require a spike ball, won't it? I feel like, well, he's not going to throw a ball from that position. Yes, he is. Let's not die to this. Let's grab CP2. Yeah, Loop, my approach to the popular tab is I just ignore it. I have looked at it maybe once since launch, and that was to see what my position was on... because I peaked at number 3, I think, very briefly when my 4YMM level was released. Okay, let's actually jump on him. But I find that if I'm looking for levels to play, you know, I would rather get a capture card and a new monitor and start streaming the game. And that kind of an investment was worth it in terms of skyrocketing the value of my Mario Maker experience. But as I was saying, you know, I think even relative to a lot of other viewer level streams, I'm very happy with the quality that I get on my channel. Generally. I mean, we have some duds from time to time, but they are from people who are very understanding about, you know, things needing playtesting. And oh, you know what? We'll grab the other one too. I lost Cloud too early, though. Fine. We'll abandon it. And that's a GG. Thank you, Rybones, for that one. And once again, for sticking around for so long to see that played as well, but that was... yeah, definitely enjoyable. I definitely struggled a bit with the certain location with the one-way panels near the start, but it was not too big a deal. And the back-and-forth sequence with the on-off switches... Actually, the back-and-forth sequences, I guess there were several of those were quite satisfying to read in that I was allowed to take my time and plan out my route and keep certain expectations in mind for how the level was going to go. And I think the level definitely rewarded that sort of approach. And yeah, Tempest Funk, I don't really even think likes are that much of an issue. I find that my experience, at least, is that I send levels to a lot of channels. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of a different experience with something like escape rooms. And if they get a high likes ratio off people who are actually genuinely engaged with the level, then it's going to briefly blow up in a top chart, and when it blows up in a top chart, it's suddenly going to sink like a stone because all the random players are going to hate it. And that happens every time. But it generates a decent starting number of plays, and every player who is genuinely engaged with the level, I think, is worth much more than some random who comes by and doesn't care. Yeah, it's not so much the likes, it's more, you know, people who actually enjoy playing the stuff, and which is why I find the level of interaction with this game on places like Twitch to be very valuable. But even in just, you know, casual level exchanges as well, people trading levels on Discord with like-minded people, very valuable experience. So did I mark that as a win? I think I did. Let's pull up the last one of the day, which is by, I think it's pronounced Gros Boulet, or Gros Boulet. And you said this was a troll, so that'll be a nice way to finish off, because then I don't feel like I'm under too much time pressure. If it is something that's going to take ages to run through as a maze, though, I will have to probably break it up and postpone, but it'll be nice to just go through this as the last level. And yeah, Gros Boulet, that's right, because you're from France. That is en français. So y'all ever reworked a level so hard you kind of lost the theme, so you're going to be playtesting version 10 of Tumble Spikes. No clears on it yet, so thank you for offering me first clear, although I'm sure that it's going to undergo many, many revisions to come. Yeah, Loop, I don't know who Ilias is, but from your description, I just think, well, not to call out anybody in particular, but, you know, some of the 20-second speedrun types that are all about chasing the medals for the sake of chasing the medals. And in the end, I just don't wind up playing their levels, you know? I see that, and I just don't bother. But yeah, the top list is really easy to ignore if you would rather have some substance in your Mario Maker experience. Okay, so 3D World Troll, which is interesting. I don't see many of those. Oh, kind of wish a menu were here to see that, because a menu is a regular on my stream who has really been into 3D World Troll tricks lately. Okay, that's just going to be a trap. But if I come back through this door... Okay, so that's just a trap, so let's start over.
Oh no!
Yeah, you see some people who definitely try to play the metagame when it comes to, like, farming. In terms of constantly, you know, trying to create these batches of levels that get re-uploaded in the same week so they can get the weekly medal, for instance. We should actually try to go down. Let me pay attention to what the flow here is. Let's just go down. Okay, that's what happens. But, okay, let's do this. No, actually, I didn't want to do that. I specifically didn't want to do that. What does the blaster fire points? But let's think about this. Is there any reason why I would... It looks like I have enough time to hit the on-off switch and then come back here into the middle slot. Maybe the on-off switch manipulates something with a lower level. But I think I'm just taking the wrong approach completely. That I should bypass that switch. And come up this way? No. Okay, here's what's going to happen. We get down here, then we go down. That's correct. Now, is there a pipe I can go down? Is there a door I can go through? I'm trying the up inputs, I'm trying left and right. Ah, okay. So something happened. It might have been timer-based. That was interesting in that you actually can't wall jump off this side once the camera is too far, even though you see the artwork. That's a very neat 3D World specific trick, actually. I don't think I've seen that used before. Ah, when you go through the door, it's a hint. Okay, I didn't really read that correctly, so didn't quite understand that hint. Okay. Need to go fast while the wall jump is still active. Yeah, the wall jump trick is a neat troll. I have not seen that before. For sure. Looks like we needed a way to hit the on switch. I'm sure something was going to come out of the pipe, isn't it? Oh, that's kind of an interesting bounce, actually. An interesting scroll break. Spin jump off of... Oh, probably long jump, actually. Depending on how I'm reading the Z, but... Can we see the door again? Yeah, next attempt. I'll do that. Do I want to hit... the... Well, it's not going to activate in that position. Long jump? Yeah, that's right. Pretty clear visual clue, actually, coming from what we saw earlier. Now, let's see. Nothing too timing dependent here yet. Let's check this side in case any of the pipes are relevant. It's just going to be coins from either of those blocks. Oh, I see. And that your position is going to activate the on-off switch. That's important. Let's go left. Okay. Wait. I didn't actually read the message. I was too focused on the right side of the level. Let's watch this again. Blue pipe. Okay. Well, let's do that. And let's see what this is all about. Red pipe. Yeah, clearly the switch activation... Oh, I see. You need to hit both pipes. Okay, P-switch is still active here, and then... Now we're in a bit of trouble. Spin jump into... Oh, okay, like this. Here we go. Nice trick, actually. I mean, the clue gives you an instruction for precisely the thing you need to do, which isn't really so much of a troll, but is actually a nice way of teaching that interaction. But
Oh no!
anyway, that's just a death cutscene. Yeah, because I see what that's trying to tell me now, I think. Now, Tempest, you wanted to see the door through this area? I will go back in and show you the clue. I'll just take one attempt to do that. Always interesting seeing the evolution of a true... Oh, I see. It says off. I didn't really take the time to read that. 50 coin, off, and then... Yeah, it just shows you the bottom of that segment. Okay. Cannon is actually a one-way. Interesting. Not sure if I know which one you mean, but we'll take a look at that soon. Let's not get snowballed. Oh, whoops. I just missed a long jump. I just completely missed it. Yeah, when you're going straight through the door, it is actually a little bit difficult to read that first clue. Later on, the clues are much easier to understand. Yeah. Oh, no, I fell down. Okay. But yeah, the 3D World wall jump trick is very impressive. Still thinking about that one. Okay. Whoops, no. Knew that. When I'm below the 3 blue blocks, I can jump up. Jump up. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean in terms of why you have the room set up that way. I'm too late. Too much talking, not enough playing. Yeah, if you're required a player to read something, make sure they have enough time to read it. I think that's kind of generally good advice, but otherwise, how will you ever know that Herman is actually evil? For those of you who have played or seen me play the Tempest Funk escape room series. Yeah, no, I think it is important that you re-enter the door. It's more that I didn't read it as a message in the first place. When I saw off, I didn't think of it as the word off. I just saw it as a bunch of blue blocks that were there for some reason. But part of it is that it is the first message-based clue in the level. And so at that point, when I'm seeing the level for the first time, I'm not necessarily expecting to be reading the alphabet. Once I see my first message clue in the level, I know that I can expect more of that kind of thing. At that point in the level, I'm not particularly alert for it. Now, here this is teaching you about that. Yeah. So we'll do red pipe. Here we go. So yeah, that's a neat interaction as well. Oh, no invisible blocks. I can actually continue. Interesting. Yep, and that is necessary, in fact. Rolling snowball over on that side. This is probably... Yeah, scroll stop. Scroll stop is actually going to obstruct me from coming over on this side, though, because of the screen boundary. Interesting. And the blocks are going to stay broken, so I do have to take a death somehow from the icicle, or from the fish. Anyway, I do know about the flower already. We did get that on the first try. Okay. I'm the first one not to fall for it. I'm the first one not to fall for what? The flower thing? Okay, that's fine. Just actually trying to slow down there and... Okay. That looks okay so far, except you have the donut block drop over here, which activates something. On-off would project you up to that spot. P-switch would do something. I'm kind of expecting that on the lower level, something like a snowball is just going to bump me. Finder... Son 1 2. Oh no, F Anderson 1 2. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, Fanderson 1 2. Yeah, I see. Here's a checkpoint anyway. That's an important bit of progress. Oh, I wanted to go down. Okay, that's fine. We'll take the death.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know who he is, now that you mention him. I know that he's a troll player. I've seen his name before. I don't think I've actually been to that stream, but I do think I know who that is. Mushroom down here definitely makes me feel like there's going to be a block that traps me on my way back up. Okay. Now, we have the POW. Oh, I probably needed to get ahead of the POW. So when the POW falls, I can... Yeah. I see. Too slow there. I need to get ahead of the POW so I don't activate it. He actually chose all the 50-50s correctly. Interesting. Yeah, some of the trolls are definitely avoidable by accident on your first try, which is kind of interesting. I probably just want to drop this. I don't want to go through the pipe because it goes straight to the icicle. Do I want the hammer? If I grab the hammer, then I can... Oh, okay. Wasn't expecting it to go that way. I probably need to go through here and use the hammer, don't I? Yes, I do. Now, can I die here? I think this is probably a death cutscene of some sort. Yeah, there we go.
Oh no!
And here is Brad Rudham. That's another playtest credit. Hammer Troll seems like a huge improvement from the original. I guess you'll have to tell me afterwards what the original was. Okay. Ah, okay. No, I thought I could just go for it and keep it. I think I just need to grab the hammer on the right side when it falls in. It's actually fairly clear to me now that I've seen how the whole interaction works when you stand still. Okay, let's do the activation here. There we go. Interesting. Interesting. Let me see. I probably need to get in here and hit some kind of block, don't I? Or... oh, no. It's not. Let's check the other way. Possibly I needed to lose the hammer for some reason, but no mushroom, POW, or hammer. Okay. Oh, that's fine then. I can just use the spike block to lose the mushroom as well. That's fairly simple. Not hard to understand that. Yeah, I think the clue messaging has been very clear in this level so far. I've been able to understand, except for the very first one, which I didn't really read properly. All of the clues have been easy to interpret. Like, they don't make me wonder for too long what it is you're trying to say. So yeah, let's shed some of this. And then that will get me through the slot here. And you don't want the POW, although interesting placement of this door, because if you had the POW smuggled through for some reason... oh, I guess you may be colliding with this on your way down, but definitely thinking about that door and that location. Okay. Bring from... okay. Ah, okay, you spawn a block from using the hammer. Okay, no, I'm supposed to crush myself here, but I spawn a block using the hammer, and then I carry it forward with me after I take damage from the spike ball. I understand. Trying to destroy myself here. Surprisingly challenging. This is a hard ante, yeah. Huh. You know what? Oh, okay. Doesn't kill me. If your mashing down is not good, you won't make it. Well, I'll try it once. Maybe from... yeah, maybe from the point at which it's pushing me. Otherwise, I'll just probably start over. Although, yeah, no, I need to jump in from the left side, I think, and try to do it that way. Nope. I do need a bit of wind up going into this. Spin, jump, and down as hard as you can. Okay. Oops. There's no trick. Okay. Yeah, the thing about anti-soft locks is, like, I'm willing to try them once. But sometimes, if they're sufficiently fussy, I actually find it easier to just restart. Because the thing about an anti-soft lock is that you don't want it to be so tricky that it's not just more convenient to restart, right? Particularly when troll levels are very knowledge-based. Spam jumping down as hard as I can. Yeah. But it has to be quick. You can do it in 40 seconds, but it's hard when you don't get it. Yeah, I think I'd rather restart, to be honest. It will be easier to restart at this point. Particularly because things here are pretty good about not being too execution focused and are much more about knowledge. As long as I remember how some of the switch logic here goes. Got over to checkpoint 1. Mushroom and flower. And then... yeah, you don't want to break the scroll on the right side. Okay. Okay, so far so good. And yeah, this is fine. What was this again? Okay. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't get caught by that last time. Okay, I see. Okay. Yep, we just need to go quickly. Here. And... okay. And slip right through. And in, I believe. Yeah, the thing about an anti-soft lock like that is that I can think of very few circumstances where a player would want to sit through and do it. Especially because there isn't really... like, it's just one jump, and you don't have a sense of progressing, right? I find that a lot of the anti-soft locks that work are the ones that give you something to work towards. No, I messed this up. Too much talking. Let's take the death, retry this. Okay, mushroom. I think the flow of this is pretty understandable at this point, though. Drop the icicle. Pitch the hammer. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to create 1. I'll just create 2 as a backup. In case we mess up with 1. There's so much that's unexplored with the hammer tech in terms of hammer spawn crates and so on. I need to drop this first, don't I? Oh. Okay, no, so much for that. Oh, don't tell me I have to do the ante again. No POW block, then how do I get the... block down then? Because I want it in this location here. I think this kicks me over to the ante again, and so... let me just read the clue though. Bring that from that. Now I did that. But is there an execution related thing that I'm missing here then? Yeah, because with the hammer crates in particular, you definitely don't want people to lose to execution there, because that's exactly the kind of anti-soft lock that even if somebody does it once, they won't want to repeat it. I feel like just having a simple depth zone there might be a lot better, actually, just given the nature of that obstacle. That maybe that's just not the right place for an anti-soft lock game anyway. Where, you know, there's definitely a place for that when it comes to pacing, and maybe that's just not the right place. Even completely apart from that specific setup. Yeah, Tempest Funk, you know, maybe if there's an extra block of space to play with or something to make it just easier to execute. Because I find the issue with the anti-soft lock is that it's actually difficult to get that ground pound even if you're not being pushed by the clouds, just given how little space you have to work with. Yeah, keep the clouds raised to ceiling by one tile, I agree with that. That's what I had in mind as well. Okay. Well, let's see if I can do the crate thing properly, because I feel like I was doing the right thing and I had the right idea, but something with the execution was off when it comes to getting the grate down through the slope. Yeah, you have a question? Ask away. Mia's Beat Chicken. Tend to ask some curious questions from time to time. Okay. So that's fine so far. Icicle drop, hammer catch. Okay. So let's create some. Yeah, I think I have to take damage here, not in the next location. Now, do I need to let go of this? Yes. Okay, there we go. I feel like I had to die to that once in order to see it, which already means that I'm dying minimum twice here. Once to see the drop interaction, once to see the clue in the first place. Okay. ESP Chicken, yes, I have played Undertale. I played it years ago. I didn't really do both endings or all three endings or whatever, but I just did a straight playthrough ages ago. I don't really remember it that well. So yeah, Grobley, thank you very much for that. I know that we skipped a lot of the wrong solutions, so I didn't see or playtest 100% of this, but at least we did find our way to the end, and so I mean, I guess you've reworked this enough now that I don't know what the original theme must have been, but it seems fairly coherent to me anyway, as a troll. Always glad to see advanced 3D world mechanics like that. Trolls I really liked. I thought the wall jump one was definitely quite good. I think that's one use of the interaction with the 3D world art style and the scroll boundary that I had not really seen exploited before, and so that one was particularly fun. The solutions in some cases were kind of neat. The solution progression with the hammer, in terms of grabbing the hammer and you know, creating the block with it, etc. Like, I thought that was kind of a neat one to run through. The theme was spike balls and you changed it to snow. Well, they roll either way, so. Anyway, yeah, if you have any more questions, I can answer that, but if not, that will be the last level in this stream. Let me make sure I've marked that as a win. Clear it from the queue. And yeah, the schedule over here has been not the most consistent lately. But we mainly run Mario Maker. We run some other things on the side as well. But mainly Mario Maker. And we always do a weekend stream where I catch up on some Super Worlds as well as finish some longer levels that we didn't manage to see all the way through in the main week. I usually announce some of the scheduling information ahead of time on our Discord if you would like to join us there. In the meantime, I will be scanning around for a raid, so do stay tuned. And I'll look around typically for somebody who is running Mario Maker, although occasionally some surprises. So thank you so much for watching and for all the levels, and especially for the patience of the makers who had sat around for so long today to wait to be played. And yeah, that'll be it for this session and all from me, so stick around for a minute while I find your destination and your next port of call. But in the meantime, have a good evening or good night, possibly even good morning, and fare thee well.